So I guess yeah. It's great. Everything's ready. And use either the arrow keys or the remote.
This is for.
Ça marche?
Yes.
Ça marche comment? So this one makes it blank. Okay.
But I think we can.
And this one here. But anyway, you don't need it.
I don't need it. So. Ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats, please? So, thank you. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this workshop on SORA from SORA 2.0 to SORA 2.5. My name is Maria Algar Ruiz. I am EASA Drones Program Manager, and on behalf of EASA Executive Director and the Executive Directorate team, I would like to welcome you to this very interesting workshop. So I'm gonna give very quickly the floor to my colleague Sasha Schott, but I would like just to say that the amount of participants that we have here physically with us, but also in the WebEx and in the YouTube, more than 1,700 participants all around the world, shows that the specific operational risk assessment methodology that was developed by Jarus and has been adopted by EASA and the European member states, it still needs to be discussed, it still needs to be understood, it still needs to have a common implementation and common harmonization. Still, there are things that needs to be improved and clarify and discuss. And that shows really that even if we have adopted the SORA as an acceptable means of compliance to the European regulation already 2 years ago, we still need to work on it. And we are also very grateful to Jarus, who facilitated this work and who has made improvements in the SORA version 2.5, which is under consultation and will be presented during these days. SORA is a methodology that is being used not only by the European Union, but also by many countries around the world. And we are also very happy to have here colleagues not only from the European Union, but also from many countries around the world. This is not only an EASA workshop. You will see that we have a representative from European member states and also from Jarus presenting over these 2 days. So with these welcoming remarks, I just would like to wish you a very successful workshop. It's a workshop. Don't be shy to ask questions. You have here the SORA experts, so Natale, Dirk, and many other colleagues also in the room. So it's also an opportunity to discuss with other colleagues who have been supporting the development of SORA. And just take this opportunity to discuss, to network, and to clarify many points. So with this, I would like to give the floor to Sasha Schott, my dear colleague, the section manager for the drones team.
Thank you, Maria. I guess most of you already know her. She's widely recognizable by her. Yes, exactly, Filippo. I'm grateful to see a number of familiar faces here. I must say that we are positively impressed about the uptake and the interest. Rarely we are managing to attract to our events such a large amount of participants. So be welcome to Cologne, despite the wintry temperatures outside. At least you fetched some nice weather. You will miss Carnival though. It will only start next week, and you may know that this is a very important event in Cologne, at least for the Colonians. Before we hit the road with content, Maria indicated this is a teamwork exercise deliberately. So I'm just a simple manager being entrusted with leading a highly effective and efficient team of very motivated team of experts. We have some gurus on SORA and other matters like use space, etc. The SORA gurus you will see largely in front of you here. But it's not just EASA talking to you over the next 1.5 days. We, as Maria has said, we also make good use of colleagues from member states and including from Jarus. Let me say maybe at the beginning that I think we can feel privileged in the sense that in our professional lifespan, we are experiencing something that can be probably compared with the jet age back in the 60s or so. So what we do here, and we all appreciate it's far from being perfect. This is also one of the main reasons why we meet here today with you. It creates a huge opportunity for all of us to leave a lasting and positive footprint for the drone sector to materialize. We are having made our first experiences in this, crawl, walk, run thing. Still, I believe we are very much in the crawling phase. Maybe the infant is about to stand up and make its first steps anytime soon. But we only have limited experience with this SORA methodology. We'd like to engage with you. This is an event of workshops character, as Maria has said. Therefore, please engage with us. Here in the floor, you have the possibility to take the mic. I'll request the floor. We have people with microphones who will be zooming around, giving you a microphone. Kindly identify yourselves by name and organization that you represent. That helps to set the context in which you will ask your question or make your intervention. Be fair but critical. We are here and in the same boat. We are on the same journey. We try to make this thing work soon. We understand there are still bottlenecks and hiccups that need to be addressed and resolved. So in this spirit, we would like to engage with you. Let me then take you through a couple of house rules. So much. Okay. So the speakers of the next 1.5 days, and actually, yes, I guess many of you will see also some very familiar faces. Yeah? Maria spoke already. Natale, or called Lino, he will have a major chunk. It will be supported by Alberto, who is a fresh face in our drones team. But also we have 3 representatives, Jörg, Andrea, and Christopher, who will take on certain parts in the next days. For those of you who are here for the very first time, EASA is celebrating its 20th birthday, and we are actually gearing up for a party later this summer on that occasion. We employ around about 800 people, engineers and administrative staff, flight test pilots, everything that you need to run an organization like this. We do our work on behalf of 31 member states, of which are 27 EU member states, plus 4 what we call associated member states that have voluntarily adopted to agree to our European regulations, such as Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein in the aviation domain. We have our headquarters in this building, but we are represented internationally. We have outlets, offices in various continents. For example, in Beijing, in Singapore, in Washington, in Montreal, and quite recently in Panama City. And there might be more to come. So EASA is more and more also spreading its wings and getting international. Okay, we are a safety agency, and in that spirit, in the highly unlikely event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure in this room, we will have to follow certain instructions in case there is an emergency bell ringing. We are quite a crowd, so crowd control is somewhat an issue. Just memorize the picture. I will not go into too much detail. We are on the ground floor and there are exits to both sides of the building. That's a good moment right now, please, for every one of you to have a look at your cell phone, whether they are muted. I checked mine already, so I hope mine will not ring. But it's always a little bit disturbing, as you might have experienced in previous events. So make sure your phones are muted, please. Then over there, outside of the room, we have our bistro. You may feel free to serve yourself at the bistro. For that, you need cards. They do not accept cash money. There is a card vending and charging machine over there at the wall. You can use cash money or cards in order to charge it, and you can get reimbursed and hand in your card afterwards before you leave the building. But this is only the plan B. The plan A is our enormous culinary delight that you might experience. We have coffee and beverages in the back of the room. Please help yourselves here. They will be replenished from time to time. And we are very happy to invite you to a lunch later on in the Boeing rooms. Now you are in the Airbus rooms. You see, we are very open and flexible, and we travel the world across the Atlantic. You will have your lunch across the Atlantic in the Boeing rooms, not in the Airbus rooms. That's over there just behind the canteen. The rest I don't need to address in particular. For those that have this bad habit of smoking, like me, we will have to leave the building outside the main entrance, and then to the left we have a smoking corner. And, that can be used by our smoking colleagues. Then, just to recap briefly how we are going to structure our gathering. I will soon hand over to Jörg Dietrich, who represents the German CAA Luftfahrtbundesamt, but also, and moreover, here in his capacity today, he represents Jarus. Then we'll have a session on the standard scenarios and predefined risk assessments, including the Light US Operator Certificate. Before we'll have our lunch, as I mentioned, and we continue for the rest of the day on SORA. Before next day on Friday, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we reconvene, and the topics will be on the operations manuals for operators in a specific category, and a summary of changes to be expected in the SORA version 2.5. The main objectives of our workshop are to provide you with maybe some sort of a refresher for those of you who have seen some of the slides of the intro part, maybe. If so, you're invited to take those as a kind of a friendly refresher. But moreover, we would like to take stock of having made experience now for something like 2 years with SORA methodology 2.0. What works well, what doesn't, what needs to be addressed. And then we will address also together with you the changes to be expected for SORA 2.5 and how the first experience we have actually digested and translated into what we hope will constitute improvements to the current way of doing things under SORA 2.0. We'll use examples and do a risk assessment. In terms of the engagement with us, this is applicable to the audience in the room. We are here in the room something like 250 participants. And we are welcoming also another more than 1,000 people who have registered to follow our live streams on YouTube and WebEx. So good morning to you, good afternoon or good night, wherever you join us from the world outside of this room. All of you, you may please be very welcome to engage with us using this Slido tool. Just scan the barcode with your cell phone or tablet, or visit the website Slido and punch in the code SORA 2023 with the password Bravo Victor Whiskey Lima November Bravo that you see there. And you can then engage with us, post your questions, identified or anonymous. This is, I believe, up to you. We will probably not be able to address all of your questions during the limited time that we have. But the good thing of these technical tools is we can make recordings, we can collect your questions. Any question, be it addressed here in the room through the microphone or through Slido, that cannot readily be addressed or responded to immediately, we will collect and reflect on those and provide you our feedback in written form after the event. With this, I would like to conclude my intro. I would thank you very much for making yourselves available, taking the burden, traveling to this place, taking your time and joining us on the web stream, on the live stream. This is very much appreciated. It shows how much importance you attach to this very subject. You're part of a growing drones community. There's great potential in this new sector. We have high hopes. The drones score as one of 5 EASA's strategic priorities at present, which also signals how important this whole topic is being taken and seen here in the house. The drones team, us here, we are reporting directly to the executive director of EASA. Again, a strong commitment on his part to support this sector and to do what we can in order, in partnership and with all stakeholders, to make this whole thing work. With this, I'd like to hand over to. Yes, thank you, Lino. So this event, just for clarity, will be recorded. For those of you who cannot make it today, you will not miss anything, I hope. But you will have the opportunity to see this event on YouTube. Afterwards, after some time, the recording will be made available and you can use it for your reference. Thank you very much. And then over to Jörg, who will guide you through the background on Jarus and Sora.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to this workshop. Thank you to EASA for having me join you here on stage and give me the opportunity to speak a little bit about Jarus. I'm not going to speak for very long. Some of you might not know what Jarus is, so I'm going to speak a little bit about it. A background for myself, I have been part of the drone industry in research and development for the last 22 years. I'm officially employed at DLR, and for the last 2 years, I've been seconded to the German Civil Aviation Administration, LBA, the German Aviation Authority. And in Jarus, I've been active since 2017, helping to develop SORA 1.0, SORA 2.0, and the current version 2.5. I used to be responsible for training and usability of the SORA, so a lot of the usability improvements were done by my task force inside Jarus. And I've taken over the lead from Lorenzo Mozzilli from the Swiss FOCA, starting this last December. So I'm still fairly new in the leadership position for the workgroup safety and risk management. So what is Jarus? Jarus stands for Joint Authorities for Rulemaking on Unmanned Systems. It's a collaboration of aviation authorities worldwide and aviation organizations. So we are currently, I think, 65, or it could be 66 members now. Slide could be slightly outdated, and include EASA and Eurocontrol. It's truly a global collaboration. So we have members from all continents that are active in Jarus. Jarus is not really a highly official worldwide organization. It's voluntary, which means nations, aviation authorities can decide to join. It's free of charge. And it is about the people that get together and, think about what could be done. Jarus was originally created. I haven't seen him today, but maybe he's online, by Ron van der Leegraaf from the Netherlands. It was his idea to create Jarus as a corporation, and it has been going on for quite some years. Myself, I joined in roughly 2017, and Jarus tries to put together recommendations, not rules, recommendations on how to organize the integration of civil drones into the airspace. That is the general idea. And a nation can adopt a Jarus product, modify it, take pieces and bits of it. There is no obligation. But a Jarus release can only be put out if the nations agree. If we have a majority of Jarus member nations agree, we'll say this is finally a good product that we can all support, and then it's being released, and then it is available to the public. You can download it from the Jarus website, and then it is just, a document of a set of recommendations, and that's exactly what SORA is as well. What's the most important product of Jarus? It isn't SORA. The most important product of Jarus has been an idea. And that idea was the creation of something that we know as the specific category. That was an idea that was created at one of the Jarus meetings, because back in the day, there was only, there's the toys and there's certified aviation. So whenever you're not a toy using a drone, you need to certify everything. That was the idea: certify the drone, certify the operators, basically to the same standards as manned aviation. And the solution that was created by Jarus is the idea of the specific category. And when this idea was created, soon after, a discussion started like, but if we do a category where we first need to analyze the actual risk of a drone operation before we decide on what needs to be done, we somehow need to standardize this process. And that's when SORA was invented. Because, if it's specific category, then we need the specific operation risk assessment. There was only an idea, and then over the years, it was created by the work groups Safety and Risk Management. There's 3 other work groups currently active: one on airworthiness, one on operations, and one on automation. SORA 2.0, the first usual version, was released in 2019. It has been adopted as means of compliance by many aviation authorities, including, of course, the EASA countries. We are here at EASA, by Canada, Australia, Indonesia, and New Zealand. And there's many more that are in the implementation process. And I know already that my slide is already not current anymore, because I just learned before the start of this meeting that there's even more countries that are in the adoption process. So Jarus has become a truly global standard. Not all of the world uses it, at least not yet, but there is a growing number of nations. When Jarus releases a product, for instance, Jarus SORA 2.0, the countries need to adapt the SORA to their respective legal frameworks. So what many of you know as the SORA is the EASA SORA, or AMC 1 to Article 11 of Implementation Rule 2019-947. And that is an adaptation of the Jarus SORA document. So the Jarus SORA SORA is not the AMC, the EASA SORA is in the case of Europe. It's very close in content, not 100% identical. And this is very normal. This is actually expected. Because if you want to cater to the whole world, and there's different regulatory setups, there are some countries that use the SORA that don't have a specific category, at least it's not called that way. So it has to be adapted so that it fits. And the good news is, the higher the degree of compatibility between the local SORA adaptations, the more cross-border operation it will allow in the future. I know we're still in the learning phase in Europe as well. Like this guy on the stage from Jarus is talking about worldwide harmonization and worldwide recognition. Well, we're not there yet. We're still sometimes struggling to harmonize inside Europe, that we use the SORA in the same way in different nations, but the colleagues at EASA are doing a great job working on that together with the NAAs. So this will be solved, but think bigger. There's more nations out there. So if you are an operator that is certified for a certain operation type in Europe, let's say in SAIL 3, and you can take that operation and transfer it to other parts of the globe, because you know, oh, you're using the SORA system, we know that. Oh, you have an authorization by the Italian ENAC, for instance. We will recognize that because we know it's good and we know the same system, we could do that. It's a possibility in the future. And the same is true for manufacturers of drones. If you produce a drone with certain typical SORA features like an M2 parachute system, or you have a SAIL 3 or SAIL 4 compliance, you can possibly recognize that the same drone can be used in different areas. So for both operators, specialty organizations, and manufacturers, I think the SORA creates a worldwide place that you can go across, and basically we widen our market by this. I think this is a very important function. Just a few words on the SORA 2.5 consultation. As the leader of the work group SRM, I'm going to be in charge of doing the comment resolution. So when the external consultation concludes, the Secretariat of Jarus will send all the collected comments to me, to my email address, and then I'm going to say, wow, that many comments, and we are really popular. And then we will organize together with task force leads, and that we currently have 5 active task forces inside the group. Together with this leadership team, we're going to split up the documents in groups. We're going to sort them, and then we're going to distribute to our volunteers from the aviation authorities and supported by some industry representatives. We are going to answer every comment. And then, based on these received comments, we will put together a release version and recommend this release version to the Jarus plenary that will hopefully then agree with it. Hopefully 2.5 can be finished before end of the year. Please participate and share your views on SORA 2.5. Your feedback is highly welcomed. One little hint, try to avoid comparison to the European-specific EASA SORA. As I explained earlier, it's not 100% identical. Good example, in the EASA SORA, it says for certain things, certain reviews, EASA is the competent authority. EASA has to decide certain things. If you look at the Jarus 2.5 version, it doesn't say EASA. It says a competent third party. That's Jarus language, the placeholder for put in there who you think is the relevant authority in your regulatory framework. So if you make comparisons like that, oh, why doesn't this refer to Rule 947? Or why don't we use the refer to the Delegated Act 945? It's because in the Jarus world don't exist. Keep in mind that some of these comments might be assigned to people from outside Europe who have to answer your comment. So if you do European-specific comments, that is not helpful and most likely will be discarded, just as a note. Thank you for this time and the opportunity, and Alberto will be next. Thank you.
So thank you, Jörg, for this overview. Now I would like to set...
Excuse me, Alberto, there is a question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we will have it, all the questions at the end of the session. So as I was saying, I would like to set like a common language that we will use, of words that we will use during the presentation. And for sure, we can start with the definition of what is an unmanned aircraft system. So in our framework, when we say UAS, we do not mean only the unmanned aircraft itself, but we include in the system additional components. So we have the command unit, and also we have the links between the command unit and the unmanned aircraft. It can be the radio signal, satellite, internet. So it's everything, not only the unmanned aircraft, but everything that is needed to control the unmanned aircraft. And speaking about command units and how to control the drone, we can distinguish different level of automation and how the remote pilot, is able to intervene in the operation. So at a low level of automation, we require a remote pilot high practical skills. Why the higher the level of automation, the lower the requirements or the practical skills of the remote pilot can be. So we start from a very low level of automation, where we have a manual control of the unmanned aircraft, and we control directly the flight surfaces of the drone. Then we increase the level of automation, and we have an automatic flight. We can call it fly by mouse. So you can have the remote pilot just pressing a button, and then the drone operating by itself. But still, the remote pilot is responsible for the safety of the flight, and he may also be able to terminate the flight at any time with some emergency procedures. And then we have the fully autonomous control. So here we have no intervention at all of the pilot. The regulation is ready for this. The technology at the moment is not ready, because for this we will need an artificial intelligence sophisticated enough to be able to control at any time the drone, without even an operator pressing a button or being able to intervene at any time. So would this fully autonomous kind of operation be the end of the pilot role as we know it today? So of course the answer is no, because we will always need someone planning the flight and planning the operation. So the pilot competence will still be required for the planning phase, and we will always need people with a good knowledge of the rules of the air, on how to control an aircraft, how to plan an operation to do these kind of activities. So what are we addressing? What are we trying to address with this specific category? So for sure, we are addressing aerial works. Then we could include also leisure flights, like aeromodeling, for example. So SORA may be potentially used for this kind of flights. However, we have included in our regulation additional provisions for this kind of flights, as we have an historic and big community of people practicing leisure flight, and which have a very good safety record on their backs. And then we have urban air mobility or international IFR flight. So this belongs to the certified category, as we cannot mitigate in the specific category enough the risk posed by this kind of operations. So going on with the definition, we have the very first is VLOS, so visual line of sight. It means that I can see the drone and I can maintain situational awareness of what is happening around the drone. So VLOS is a mitigation for the air risk, because I can see, I have visibility also of what is around in the air, what is close to my drone. I can see a manned aircraft approaching, and I can take the adequate measures to avoid it with my drone. Then going on, we have the radio line of sight. So the distance at which my remote control will be still able to have a direct link with the drone and be able to control it and to be connected with it. And then we go even beyond, and we can control the drone via satellite, via cellular network. So we foresee all these kind of conditions, all this kind of way to control the drone in the regulation. I would like to do an additional clarification on the definition of VLOS. So VLOS does not only mean that I can see the drone at all time, but it also means that I can see over what and over who especially is flying the drone. So I need to be able to maintain an awareness of if I'm flying over uninvolved persons, for example. So if I have an obstacle preventing me to see over who the drone is flying, then this is beyond visual line of sight. Now we distinguish UAS operation and UAS flight. So an operation can be made of multiple flights and is conducted under the same conditions, and the conditions are set in the operational authorization in the specific category. To obtain the operational authorization to assess my risk, and then I can conduct a certain number or an indefinite number of flights, but under the same condition. This is the same operation. While when we speak of single flight, then there we speak of flight authorization. So I am authorized to conduct one single flight, and then I will need to obtain another authorization to do a flight even in the same conditions. And this is the case, for example, in geographical zones, where I need to, I may be flying close to an airport or in an airport environment, and I need an authorization from the ATC to have a flight. So in this case, I'm authorized only to fly one time. Even if the next flight will be in the exactly same condition, I will need to ask again for a flight authorization. So these are the principles behind our regulation. So our regulation is operation-centric and risk-based. So this means that the safety requirements that we're asking to our operators are driven by the kind of operation and the risk that this operation is posing to third parties. And also it is performance-based. So we set the level of performance that the operator has to achieve, but we are not telling them in a prescriptive way how to achieve this performance level. We are giving flexibility to them and to demonstrate to the competent authorities, to EASA, how they are meeting these requirements. In our regulation, we distinguish three categories, and the distinction is made, of course, based on the level of risk that the operation in each category is posing. The first one is the open category. So here we are very, very prescriptive. We set clear boundaries of what a remote pilot and an operator can and cannot do. But on the other hand, we are not asking operators to come to a competent authority or come to EASA to ask for an operational authorization. But then when we increase the level of risk, we go to the specific category, and then we ask to the operator to assess the risk of their operations and to have this assessment evaluated by the competent authority. And finally, we have the certified category where the level of risk is very high. So we are taking an approach which is very, very similar to manned aviation. So this latter category is still under construction. We have published an MPA last year addressing some kind of operation in the certified category and also in the highest sale level in the specific category. So our drone regulation is applicable in every EASA member state, and also our operator registration is valid in all EASA member states. The regulation is the same for every state, so we do not ask operators to repeat the same action if they are registered in Italy, if they ask for an authorization in Italy and they want to fly in Portugal. They do not have to repeat these actions in other member states because the regulation is the same. This is valid as well for the trainings. The regulation is applicable to only to civil drones. However, we have the option for the military operators to opt in, apply our requirements, and ask for competent authorities and EASA assessment of the operations or the design. So what is the characteristic, the rationale behind the specific category? So in the specific category, a drone may lose control when the overall risk to injury a person or jeopardize a manned aircraft is acceptably low. And also the higher likelihood of injury lead to higher operation reliability requirements. And this is what is behind the risk-based approach. So the higher is the risk, the higher the risk posed to on the ground or in the air, the more robust and the more stricter will be the requirements that we ask to the operators and to the manufacturers to meet. So where where is that this specific category starting? So we say that we have the open category, very low risk operations. They can be made only in visual line of sight, so always maintaining situational awareness in the air and in the ground, and always operating below 120 meters to be able to avoid manned aircraft. When I'm exceeding these limitations set in the open category, then I found myself in operating in the specific category. Therefore, I need to assess the risk of my operation. So to do so, we have adopted the SORA methodology, which is the heart of the specific category. So this is the methodology that we foresee for performing an assessment of the risk of an operation. We will see it later more in details, but we have 10 steps where we are asked to assess the ground risk. We can mitigate it. Then we are asked to assess the air risk. As well, we can apply some mitigation. And then we obtain which is the risk level of our operation. And as a consequence, we have a list of requirements that we have to meet as an operator and as a manufacturer. And they are based on the risk level coming out of the risk assessment. So I will leave the floor to Natalia. Thanks.
Thank you. So before continuing, just an administrative information. We are receiving already a lot of questions on Slido, so also there were some questions here on the floor. But in order to try to make it manageable, because you know that we have several topics to discuss and also several questions, so we decided that also on Slido, we are going to select those questions that are related to the topic that we are discussing. So we are not showing and answering questions to topic that will come later. So we'll then answer later to this topic. So you may see that some questions are going to disappear from Slido, only disappear because next session, so we'll answer to the question for this topic, and then they will reappear when that topic will be discussed. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. Let's go to discuss about SORA. Is SORA complex and difficult to understand? And I guess this is one of the questions that all of us are asking ourselves. Now, everything is some kind of challenge, but in reality, let's see why and if in reality it's so complex and how we can try to reduce the level of complexity. So first of all, we need to remind that here we are addressing a large variety of different operations, you know, from small drones flying in an area with limited risk, like can be, for example, in agriculture, to other drones that do delivery in urban, or even in the future, we are going to also to address operations like those that will provide at a very high level some telecommunication infrastructure, for example, or maybe even also drones that will inspect manned aircraft, drones that will fly in an airport to inspect the runway while another runway in the same airport is open. So you can imagine that there is a so large variety of operation and so large variety of different drones. Then we have drones that are fixed wing, multi-copter, single copter, then all different kind of configurations. And it's very complicated to have something that will fit all. So the only way to not do something that is prescriptive, because on one side we can have something prescriptive, and then we'd say that if you have a fixed wing drone flying in this condition, this is what you need to do. And it's easy to understand. But then what happens if you have a drone that is a bit different and you want to do an operation that's a bit different? So we need to have something that will enable to do everything as much as possible, and such that we don't need to go to change the regulation every time you have some new technology that is coming. So this will have a lot of flexibility, sure, but on the other side, will add complexity. So we need to find the right balance between flexible and not too much complex. So this is something that sometimes it can be difficult to do something that it's easier to understand. But let's compare the approach that we used to have so far in the manned aviation, so the traditional approach, also in following the discussion that Jörg was starting a few minutes ago. So you know that in the managed aviation, we have been working since decades like that. So since we have a pilot on board, we can never accept that the drone is crashing. So we need to make sure that a minimum level of safety, quite high, it's always maintained. So in order to do this one, we ask for the certificate of design of the aircraft. We ask that the operator should have some kind of competence with a certificate. And we ask that the pilot needs to have a license that will take some time to do it. You need to have some skills. You need to also have some medical fitness. So since we have these three elements that more or less are at the same level, then we have some adaptation, depends on then what kind of aircraft you are doing, but more or less we have the three elements that are at the same level. So we should ensure safety. It is clear. No, you need to have a pilot license like that. You need to have this kind of certificate by EASA, clear to understand. But this comes with some cost. So do we think that this is appropriate for drones? If you think that you want to do this approach, you are welcome. It will be very easy also for us to use this approach. But maybe we need to think on something different. Now, how we can transform this picture in something different? We can do something like that. So we see that already the picture is more complex. But what we say here? We say that since we may allow that in some cases the drone can crash, there is no pilot on board, so we can play with operational limitations. So if you are flying in an area where the level of risk is low in the countryside and the drone crashes, perfect. You have a big operational limitation that will reduce your cost. Then you can play with design of drone. So you don't need the drone very reliable with a type certificate issued by EASA that will take some cost from our side, also from your side, so some investment from both. Then depending on the level of automation and also where you are flying, the level of competency of the drone, of the pilot, may be lower. If you're not flying in an area where you need to have a strong coordination with the tower, for example, so that your pilot doesn't need to be very skilled on all the language, for example, on how to understand how to enter in an airspace where there is a higher density of manned aircraft, for example. So means that you may build your operation. Maybe you can start to have some kind of operational experience, reducing the level of risk of your operation. Then little by little you can grow and you can reduce your operational limitation, improve maybe the requirements of design of the drone, improve then little by little the remote pilot competency. And so the level of safety is always the same. We always need to make sure that people that are on ground, those people that are on manned aircraft, are protected, whatever is the level of risk of your operation. So the level of risk is, at the end, the final mitigated risk is always the same. But then the cost may change. So how we can do this in a simple way? So the SORA has this purpose. So we are talking about a new approach, and like everything new, the first time looks very complex. But then I think that little by little, if we have also better understanding on what is behind the different elements of SORA, this will will help us to apply in a way that can be more understood by everyone. So to summarize what I'm saying, you know that we have the different category. Open, that is the lowest open category. Then on the right we have the certified, that is the one that where the risk is the highest. And then in the middle we have the specific category, and you already know that SORA identify 6 levels of, let's say, we can call risk, it's not very appropriate, but let's say that sale can be an indication of what is the intrinsic risk of the operation. So independently of what kind of operation you are conducted, over specific or certified, the operational safety target is always the same. It's just how we reach that one that is different. So you can see that in the open category, the operational limitation bar is very large. You can do not very much, only villas, only in an area that is unpopulated and depends what is the size of a drone. But on the other side, the remote pilot training is very limited, just an online training. We don't ask for a license. The design of the drone will apply the C marking, so it's not very complicated. And also from an organization point of view, we don't ask any very much requirements for the operator how to be organized. Then instead, in the specific category, little by little, we'll increase one of the elements, operator organization, design, remote pilot training, and we reduce the operational limitations until you reach the certified category, where we have a very good operator with a certificate like we have for Lufthansa, for example. The drone that is certified like the A320, for example, is certified. The pilot will have a training with a license. Now here we may discuss if in the future the level of automation will increase and maybe the practical skill of the pilot may be lower, as Alberto said. But in general, we may have the requirement for a license. And then in exchange, you can do all operation you want. You can fly everywhere. So the operation limitations are very low. So this is the concept behind. So at the end, SORA is identifying how these bars should be proportionate in order to ensure the safety target. You can understand that it's not at the end a very simple exercise. This is why we were very happy that this was developed by an international community where we gathered brain from all over the world. And we think at this moment, this is quite a successful story. And there is room for improvement, like everywhere, but it's a good way to start. So, in summary, this is the difference between the traditional and the risk-based approach. If you think that the risk-based approach is too complicated and you want to apply the traditional approach, you could, but then we need to find a way to reduce your cost. So this is why we are going to that approach. So the specific category, how is managed? You know that the main way to approve an operation is to conduct risk assessment, SORA. Then the operator needs first to register yourself. I think that I have then we'll talk about registration later. Apply for an carry out risk assessment, then you need to apply for authorization. And when the competent authority is satisfied that you have all the elements to make the operation safe, then this can be approved. Now, so that SORA sometimes can be a little bit more complicated, so we are trying to identify some simplification. The first is the predefined risk assessment. I think we are now all familiar with this term PDRA. And we will discuss also later. So where the EASA is publishing the mitigation and the requirements you need to have in order to conduct some operations. So there are some scenarios that are identified, and then you don't need to carry out risk assessment. You just show compliance with all the elements that are written in the table published by EASA, and then you will be in I think there is some echo. I see that I need to read a message just for the technician. Apparently on the WebEx there is some echoes, if you can fix. So the predefined risk assessment is a way to receive authorization quickly without conducting a risk assessment. Other possibilities are standard scenarios. Standard scenario that will be applicable only from 1st January of next year are special scenarios where the requirements are written, in this case, in the regulation. You need to have a drone with C5 or C6, but in exchange, you can just use a declaration. You don't need to wait for an authorization. So we are talking about, you can imagine, operation at a lower risk. So where this is compatible with just declare without the checking from the competent authority. And the last is the light US unmanned certificate, where the operator will receive some privileges, and they may, depending on the privilege, they may even self-authorize their operation. However, we will have then a session where we will give some additional detail on these elements. So before we conclude, so the first session, and then we can start with answering some question. I want to remind that the registration as US operator is always required. So in the specific category, you need always to be registered as operator. You don't need to register all the time you do an operation. You just need to register once in the member state where you have residence, or for companies where you have the main place of business. So if you already registered because you conducted other operation in the specific category, or even because you are conducting operation in the open category, that is fine. You don't need to register twice. But all needs to have one registration, and you know that this number, then the number that you get needs to be displayed on all your drones. Registration of single drones is not required. Unless the drone is certified, or unless the level of risk of the operation is so high, for which we ask a type certificate of the drone and then a certificate of airworthiness. This means in Europe, when the operation is classified in sales 5 and sales 6, this means that in these two cases, there is a type certificate required, and then you will be required to register your drone using the same approach that you use to register normal manned aircraft. Okay, so we conclude here now the first part. Then we can see what are the questions on the slide. Okay, I don't know if we can show. I don't know if we can show Slido from there, but okay, I don't know. Otherwise, or maybe there was a question before on the floor. Maybe then we can have the question. So I just ask you to only at this moment ask question on this topic, because then all the detail on SORA will come in the afternoon. So we'll answer a question for the other topic in the afternoon. Please.
Yes, hi, my name is Hendrik Budeker from Drone Industry Insights. My question is to Mr. Dittrich. The Jarus has 63 countries as members, right? How many of them have committed, besides EASA, to adopt the SORA process in their national regulation? And second, my question is, FAA has a different approach than SORA. How do you have a strategy how to harmonize with the FAA plans or standards what they want to implement soon with the new BBS regulations?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you very much. There's one downside to a Jarus, that everything is voluntary, that if a Jarus member decides to adopt the SORA, they don't have to report back and say that they did. I mean, some have, but sometimes I'm surprised that another country has completely adopted and is using it already, and no one told us. The ones that I put on my slide are the ones that I know about, but I've heard many rumors, and the unconfirmed, the ones that are in the adaptation process, that list is much longer, but I don't have any official information how many countries are actively working on it. To your FAA question, that's excellent. Both the invention of the specific category and the creation of the initial SORA was largely supported by the FAA originally. And I remember my very first meeting that I attended was in Fort Worth, Texas, at the FAA office. The FAA took a different path, but the official wording that what they would officially put out, we are not adopting the SORA, but our regulatory framework that we are now have implemented and that we continue to improve is based on the ideas of the SORA. Now, this is a little bit difficult to understand. Like, what exactly do you mean? If you look closely at what the Americans are doing, they have no specific category. They have only open and certified, basically. And what's really happening is they're basically saying you need a certificate of airworthiness for pretty much everything interesting. And if you do one, it will be very restricted, and it will be based on the number of the population density that you intend to fly over. And you might use discounts, like using mitigation measures like parachutes or similar, to reduce the number of hours that need to be shown in the qualification process. If you really look closely, you will recognize the SORA in there. The question, however, remains how we're going to bridge the gap. If they're not completely adopting the SORA, but just the ideas of it, how do we do that? And this is actually an ongoing thing. I just had contact with American colleagues last week. And I know that their international team of the FAA, the Department of Transportation, is supposed to discuss it this week. This is unofficial, of course. They will get back to me. We are actually still have American FAA members on the team. And this is going to be in the future. In the end, every Jarus member can decide if they partially adopt or fully adopt. Of course, if you ask me, everyone should fully adopt. But this is not for me to decide. And I'm just going to give my recommendations, but we're actively reaching out to the FAA and say, look, if you go in a different way, that's fine. But maybe we can build some, set up some bridges that a drone that is designed for the American market can be used as a Sail 3 or Sail 4 in Europe. And the same is true for operators in both directions, that we somehow create something that is compatible. But right now, this is not 100% the case. There are similarities. SORA 2.5 just introduced test-based methods to be comparable to the American DNR method for certification. These kind of things happen to create more compatibility, but there's still some way to go. But we're actively involved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can see, the first question on the slide, are there plans to prepare some use cases for SORA processes? I think that this is actually the point why we develop predefined risk assessment. So the PD array is in reality a use case where we identify the scenario, we carry out risk assessment, and we extract the mitigation and all the requirements that are deriving from all the operational safety objectives. And when we publish the risk assessment, the PD array, we, in the explanatory note that is accompanying our document, is called decision, is the way we publish this kind of document. In the explanatory note, you have as an appendix also all the detail how the risk assessment is carried out. So also to give you visibility on how to apply SORA for that kind of operation. So I think that is the way. And so we will see also, and then we are going to discuss in the next session more in detail the risk assessment. And we would like at the end to cover with these documents the majority of operation that will be conducted in Europe, and maybe make the SORA a sort of exception. Then could the EASA think about publishing and updating a list of European SORA consulting companies established in each member state? No, consulting, I understand that some operators are using consulting companies, but this is up to each operator the operator is responsible to fulfill the requirements that is in the regulation and then provide a good risk assessment. So if you want to use consulting company, you are welcome. If we think that the operator needs to be very much knowledge of what is doing and how much is doing, and how much is ensuring that the safety of flight is reach the required level. So we are not going to list what are the consulting company that even if there are several good consulting company, but we hope that little by little you will be able to do all the activity by yourself, and hopefully also with SORA 2.5 the level of misinterpretation would be reduced, and then the operator can do the risk assessment by yourself. With no drone registration required for non-certificated, how deal with the UA that are used by multiple operators? The operator needs to be applied and physically, and also through the network ID. It's not practical to switch operator ID. So I think that here we are talking about the cases in which a drone is leased. So then during different times, the same drone is used by different operators. So everything here is based on having giving the responsibility to the operator to comply with all the requirements written in the regulation. And then the operator needs to show his registration number of the drone and then upload also on the remote identification system that is defined. We will define in the next, for which we already have a standard. Actually, the standard was already published from SD-STAN. So we expect that we already have to have drones with remote identification system on the market very soon. I think it already have a couple of drones that are with remote identification system. So this means that the operator, during that the time in which using this drone, they need to show its registration number, because then in case there is some issue with the flights, then it should be very clear who was responsible for that operation. So now upload and also change the number of the remote identification maybe should not be something at the end so time demanding. Then we can see if we're seeing that there are some challenges. We are still, as I said, in the phase where we need to have the feedback from you. If what we are asking in general as requirements is maybe too complicated, or we may have an alternative, safe and secure way, because here you are talking about also more security more than safety, safe, secure way to do an operation. So at this stage, we require that all the time the operator will replace whatever mark is on the drone to reflect the registration number that has the operator in charge of that operation. Next, if we are registered as an operator in one member state and want to perform operations in another member state, I always have to go through the registration member state. Registered member state, is this going to change in the future? I should be able to apply for authorization with member state when I will perform my ops. Okay, this is thank you for the question, because it gives us the opportunity to explain maybe a little bit better how to conduct operation in multiple states, and also why we decide this approach. So what the regulation says that you need to register, and when you are registered, the competent authority of the member state registration become your reference as a competent authority. So let's assume that I'm registered in Germany as a German operator, and I want to do an operation in France. So it may happen that I am already doing this operation in Germany. So I already got an authorization from my competent authority. I just need to be able to do the same operation in France. Then what will be the difference? The difference will be that maybe I applied one mitigation, like to reduce the population density, because I want to fly to conduct all the flights, maybe even if I'm in an area that is quite populated, but I'm able to find corridors where the population density is lower. And then I got this approval by the German authority. Then if I want to do this operation in Paris, I need to find the same condition in Paris. So I need to show to the French authority that also in Paris I'm able to find the same corridor. Maybe it's easier, maybe it's more complicated. Maybe Paris is a little more complicated, but if you can able to find good. So you need to demonstrate to the French authority only that whatever was the way the German authority approved in order to make the operation safe, you are able to apply in the same way here in France. So the French authority will not check that you have the procedures in place. They will already, these are granted because are verified by the German authority. Just that you are applying the same procedure in the right way in France. Then in addition, there may be some local conditions that are published by France in this case, and then you need to also show that you comply with different local conditions that are valid. Other than that, you don't need to have any additional interface with in this case, the French authority. Then what happens instead if for the first time, I do an operation directly in France? So we were considering that when you receive an authorization, the level of involvement of the authority will vary also depending on what is the level of trust that the authority has with you. So the first time an unknown company to the authority will apply for an authorization, they will be very rigorous. They will check almost everything, so depending on then what is the level of risk, naturally. Then little by little, they will understand what is your capability, what is your strength, what are your weakness. So then little by little, the level of involvement may be reduced. So, and this means that also the speed in which you can receive an authorization may be reduced. And then in the future, then we can do the second step to have an LUC, Light Unmanned Certificate, where the authority will grant you some privileges that are really granted on the level of trust that we have with you. So then if I'm this German operator and I conduct an operation in France, this will be the first time I show myself to the DGSC, they will check everything. Then I will go to Belgium, I do the same operation, will be the first time they will check everything. Then I will go to Italy and it will be the same. So the approach was that maybe it will be quite easier if I always got the first authorization from Germany, even if I'm going to operation in France, and I will describe to the German authority the elements of the risk of the operation. I will say that I'm operating in an area where there's a population density of whatever, where the air risk is whatever. I'm applying this kind of mitigation. Then when I receive an authorization, I go to the French authority, I will tell them, so I got an authorization under this condition. I want to fly here. The French authority will tell, no, I'm sorry, where you want to fly has a different condition of what was approved by the competent authority. So go back and change it in case. But otherwise, if you were describing correctly, as we expect, the way the area we want to operate, then you are just showing that, as I said before, the mitigation are applied in the right way and the local condition. So we were thinking that this could be an easier way for you to have this kind of authorization, because one of the problems we see that we have also from the authorities is that there are so many operators, so many applications. So if we build this level of trust, this can also help both to speed up the process. Okay, next. Will transport of dangerous goods be accepted in specific category? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that we are covering later at this point. So yeah, transport dangerous goods will be possible in the specific category. So first of all, what we mean with dangerous goods. For those that are more familiar with aviation, we know that there is an ICAO technical instruction, is a document that lists what are all the goods that are dangerous, explosive, inflammable, and chemical, whatever. So what is the point? The point is that to transport this kind of good on a normal aircraft, you need to have a very special procedure defined by this ICAO, because in case there is some spillover, then the aircraft itself can be impacted and we need to protect the life on board of the aircraft. Here instead, this is a good point also to better explain the difference between specific and certified category. So if the dangerous good is contained within a case, a container that is robust enough, and I can show that in case of crash, the dangerous good will not spill over, so I will not have any environmental risk on the ground, then we can accept that the drone will crash. So we can apply the specific category. So as it was explained by Alberto, yeah, you can crash the drone, so then you conduct all the risk assessment according to SORA, and you are compliant with the SORA requirement. If instead you are not able to demonstrate that this container is robust enough, then we need to protect the operation. We need to ensure that the probability that the aircraft crash is very, very low. So like we protect a manned aircraft. So this means that this is now in the certified category. So this is a big difference between certified and specific category. Specific, we can accept a crash. Certified category, we need to protect the full operation because crash are not acceptable. or should be limited now. Everything can happen, but should be limited at higher level. So maybe we can answer one question, then we can move to the next topic. How could the NERPAS manufacturer, company operator join the Jarus SCB stakeholder consultation body? Please.
You can join as a manufacturer or as an operator or operator organization, association. So whatever you are, you can join by contacting the SCB secretariat and the SCB chairs that you want to be part of the SCB. And if you also want to send some of your best experts with time available, so resources allocated to actually support the work in the task in the work groups, you can propose that to the SCB. That request will then be forwarded to the work group leads, who can then decide if they need somebody with that kind of expertise on their team. That's how it works.
My voice is strong enough. If I may just complement what my friend Jörg just said, for European stakeholders, the best way to join Jarus ISB is through the Joint European Drone Association. That blonde, smiling Irish lady there is the frontliner of JEDA in the steering committee of ISB. So ask her, give your coordinates, and you may easily come.
Thank you. I would like to answer to the next question because it's a very nice question. So what minimum legal consequence will drone cowboys risk by not following EASA legislation? Are there suggestions at work to increase the adaptation of rules? Now, we know that all of us, and I think we all drive with a not expiring driving license. What will happen if you drive without driving license? Maybe nothing because you are not caught. But then if you are caught, I think that the police will not be happy and then you may pass some bad moment. And so now we know that we are at the beginning and so sometimes rules can be considered a little bit over demanding. So people may say, okay, but I don't care. It's too difficult. I fly as I want. This means that you will then bear the consequences. If an accident happened, then it will be will be prosecuted. But we also need to have in mind that why we have this regulation. So really, also why we have you here, why we are discussing with all of you. We need to have a regulation that protects people that are on ground, the people that are on air, and also actually protect your business. Because if an accident will happen, yeah, you will have some problems. But in reality, will be the whole community will have a problem. Because since we are at the beginning, you can already imagine that there will be some title on media saying that drone crashing, killing people here and there. And then we will be required to tighten up all the requirements because you go them to explain that that flight was illegal, that was not done in the right way. So we are here exactly to find something that is proportionate and safety first for sure. But now sometimes it's difficult to find the right balance. So what is proportional to this level of risk? And every time we will receive feedback from you, we are going to improve. You will see this afternoon that, for example, in SORA 2.5, we saw that maybe the containment that we have in SORA 2.0 sometimes is a little bit too much. So now in SORA 2.5, there will be a reduction in the requirements for containment, for example. Maybe tomorrow we can see that there are some other areas where we can improve. But we can only improve if first of all, so we apply the regulation, we find where we can improve, and we'll do. And really, then a second pledge is to try to provide us a feedback in order to identify also how many flight hour you are going to you are operated, and if there was some issue, some accident, even if it was not harming anyone, just to inform us, because also need to have a better understanding on the reliability of drones, how we can improve the manufacturing. So this is something that we need to do all together. And we are talking with associations, drone association like JEDA, for example, asking them to collect this kind of feedback from all operators, so they can tell us, can tell them without providing the names. We don't need to have names, but to understand how many flight hours has been flew, and also how many times you lost control because there was an error in procedures or because there was a malfunction. So just need to then to improve. And this, every time that we improve, this may make the regulation more proportionate. But we need to for sure, we need to avoid to use this cowboy approach. Okay, so I think for the other question, we are going to collect, and then we will answer on our website. So we can move to the next topic. That will be the specific category. So Alberto, to continue.
So standard scenarios, predefined risk assessment, and LUC. So before going through the SORA, we will see also which kind of alternatives, let's say, we give to operators other than going through the SORA risk assessment by themselves. So we start with standard scenario. So this is an option that we give, well, to maybe newcomers, but also to experienced operator who doesn't want to go through the risk assessment by themselves. We defined an operational scenario. It is very prescriptive, but gives some relief to which are the requirements of the regulation, going through a normal, following the normal path for an operational authorization. So the operator, when applying a standard scenario, can simply go through the requirements of the scenario, comply with the requirements, so build the operator manual as required, collect the compliance evidences, have a drone with which is fulfilling the design requirements, and then send all these evidences to the competent authority through a form. It is a declarative form, so it's a form in which they are declaring that they comply with the requirements, and then the competent authority will, if everything is okay, will submit just a confirmation of receipt and completeness of this declaration. Then the operator will be allowed to start their operation according to the standard scenario. So as of today, we have two of them, two European standard scenario, and they will be becoming available from the 1st of January 2024. So as of next year. Until then, we have some national standard scenarios which are still available and will be available until the entry into force of the European one. So we know that there were standard scenarios foreseen by some national regulation. So before the entry into force of the European one, operators are still allowed to continue operating or operating in the national standard scenarios. Then we do one step further and we see the predefined risk assessment. So predefined risk assessment are scenarios which are assessed by EASA, but they are developed applying SORA from certain initial conditions. So I set the initial conditions and then I apply the SORA methodology to come up with the requirements to operate in that condition. These requirements are shown in the form of a table like this. So you see, you have the topic for each requirement, how you prove that you are fulfilling the requirements. So for example, for these two, we have self-declaration. Then you have the requirements themselves. and then the integrity and assurance. So how do you show the integrity of your requirements? So usually it says include reference to the relevant chapter or section of the operation manual which are referring to the requirements. And then you have the proof. So here, for example, we have self-declaration. So the proof would be simply to declare compliance to the requirements which are listed there. The standard scenarios are then published by EASA in the regulation and adopted by EASA. So operators then can use these tables to operate in PDRAs without carrying out a SORA risk assessment. So now we just have a look of the published standard scenarios. So we have the first two, which are mirroring the published PDRAs. We have the first two, which are mirroring the existing standard scenario. This is because we don't have, at the moment on the market, drones that are fulfilling the design requirements required in the EU standard scenarios. So we have mirrored them in PDRAs, just relieving some of the design requirements. So operators can already apply these PDRAs to operate in the standard scenarios conditions. Then, as you can see, some of the PDRAs are created having in mind a specific use case, so surveillance or linear inspection, agricultural works, and others can cover a vast range of operations. So the trigger for start developing PDRAs is feedbacks from the authorities, from the industry, of which are the most needed use case or operational needs to be developed. And then a PDRA is developed. So, and in this way, we are giving the operator an easy way to obtain an operational authorization. So I just go through the list. We have, for example, some already published and some that are under preparation. So we have, for example, 06 for the testing of prototype unmanned aircraft systems. We have the 07 for airport and runway inspection in an active airport, or calibration and surveillance of airport infrastructures. And then the final three, we have the PDRA 08 for drone light shows, so for swarm operation for light shows. We have the 10 for surveillance, and then the an additional one for agricultural work. So as you can see, for each of them, we start from the operational characteristics, and then we assess the risk, and we extract the requirements from the application of SORA. So when I am an operator, I see that my operation is fitting under the operational conditions listed for a PDRA. So I can just take the table from the European regulation and fill the table as requested. So it's like a checklist exercise, and I see which is the requirement. I see how I can comply, and then I develop my my manuals, and I collect my compliance evidence to have the compliance to the requirements. And then I apply for authorization, providing the competent authority the application form. Then, as I said, the compliance evidence, the operator manual. So you have the PDRA table, and then the competent authority assess the completeness of what you are providing, and if everything is okay, then you are authorized to start operating. So we still plan to continue developing this PDRA to cover the majority of the European operators' needs, so to provide them this very quick way to obtain an operational authorization. So as some of you might know, we have already a guidance material in our regulation, which is covering the topic of generic versus precise authorization. And so lately, together with the member state, we are trying to give an even more clear definition. So we define as, this is what came up to date. So we define as a generic authorization, an authorization which is defined qualitatively in terms of location. So it can be defined as a sparsely populated area. You can define the max height and the air risk class. And then an operator obtaining a generic authorization will then be allowed to operate in all the locations meeting those requirements. On the other hand, when we give a precise authorization, we are then define the operational volume by giving the geographical coordinates. So it's a very precise location. The operator will be able to fly and to operate under this authorization only in those coordinates. Then we set, let's say, some trigger to go from a generic to a precise authorization. So a precise authorization will be required when an M1 here should be also listed medium level of robustness mitigation is used. When the residual high risk class is C or D, so when the probability of encountering a manned aircraft is very high. And then when strategic mitigations are applied to lower the initial arc, with the exception of when the operations are taking place in a U-space airspace. Because when we recently published our AMCs and guidance material for the U-space regulation, and in there it is said that the arc when operating in a U-space airspace should be arc B. So now we go briefly to the LUC, so the Light US Unmanned Certificate. The LUC is a certificate which is given to operator that shows enough competence and maturity, and so they can gain some additional trust from the competent authority. And this trust is measured with the privileges that are assigned to operators. So an LUC is voluntary in operations in SAIL 1, 2, and 3. But then they will be the LUC will be mandatory for operating in SAIL 4, 5, and 6, because then the safety objectives of your operation will ask you to have a third party, so the competent authority, evaluating the competence and maturity of your organization. And this verification can be done through the issuance of an LUC. So certifying that you are competent and mature enough to carry out these operations in these risk levels. So I said the issuance of an LUC is an exercise of trust between the operator and the competent authority. It is applicable to all drones, so regardless of the drone you're using for your operation, you can have the competent authority issuing you an LUC. And then you will be subject to a specific oversight to check that you are compliant with the LUC requirements set in the regulation. So to have an LUC, you need to have a safety management system, and also you will need to have a specific role in your organization, which is an independent compliance monitor, which is an independent function that is monitoring that that your procedures are meeting the requirements and are in line with the regulation. And here we have the privileges that can be associated to an LUC. So the top, let's say the very first privilege, which is no privileges. So you may have no privileges, but still you can have a LUC. So still the competent authority has assessed the maturity of your organization. So you start gaining trust with the competent authority, and you can use this LUC to show compliance with the safety objectives related to the operational requirements, even with no privileges, because it still means that you have solid procedures, that you have a safety management system, and that you have an independent compliance monitor. Then increasing the trust and the independence that you can have from the competent authority, you may be granted the privilege to conduct standard scenarios without sending a declaration to the competent authority. So as we've seen before, you still have to do what is required by the regulation. So to stick to the operational requirements, to complete your operator manual, to collect compliance evidence. You just do not have to declare to the competent authority that you are doing so. You may be able to change location in case the authorization is a precise authorization. You may be able to make changes to the operation manual, so you may be allowed to change procedures without informing your competent authority, but this only if you prove the competent authority that you're mature enough to assess which are the consequences of changing your procedures. You may be allowed to change the unmanned aircraft that you are using. And finally, you may be able to change sail or mitigation. So this is a very, say, strong privilege to be given only when the organization have shown like good experience, very, very robust procedures, and there is a lot of trust between the operator and the competent authority. Okay, so that was it from my side. Maybe we can take some questions.
Excellent, thank you. So let's go to Slido. Okay, first, will there be a PDRA for VLOS operation over populated area without the requirements for establishing a control ground area? So this moment we are, as I said, we are developing the predefined risk assessment based on what are the input we receive from authorities, because so based on how many applications they receive for the different scenarios. So at the end is what you require as operator most. So we can conduct any kind of predefined risk assessment as long as we see that this is something that is needed. And different kind of mitigation we can do, so also without ground control ground area. So Alberto showed the list of the predefined risk assessment that are today in development, and all this that he showed is in reality all in the final development, so will be available quite soon. We think that at this moment we would like to stop a little bit in developing additional risk assessment, because we are receiving a mixed feedback from authorities and operators. Some they say that the way we are developing these documents are useful. Other believe that instead they are too strict, they don't allow for any change, and people they prefer to conduct the full risk assessment, the SORA, before using it. So we want to understand better how we can improve those that we have already, can make more usable. And there is always now, as I said before, a balance between the level of prescriptiveness and the level of flexibility. You saw that the PDRA S stands for standard, so they are that are mirroring the standard scenario, S01, S02. They were written in a way that is quite inflexible, because we were considering that there should be no negotiation between the operator and the authority. So you can, if you show that you comply with that, with all, you got authorization very quickly. Then if you want to do some variation, then negotiation starts, and then can be longer. So we need to find out the right balance. Do we want to be very prescriptive, so quick to be authorized, or we want to have more flexible, but then how to handle the changes? You need to go back to SORA to assess all the changes. So this is something that we are going to discuss also with the authorities and with operators in the next days. And also, we saw that one of the most complicated area is to develop a good operator manual. Because at the end, how you can ensure that the operation is safe. You can ensure by demonstrating that you have good procedures, they have a good structure, and then everybody in your organization knows how to conduct an operation, and this is written in your operator manual. So the PDRA table and also the SORA at the end is a checklist on how to build an acceptable operator manual. So we will discuss this afternoon, so that there are also several questions on Slido, the difference between CONOPS, operator manual, SORA Annex A, SORA Step 1. We'll discuss this afternoon. But we will have also tomorrow an example that is we liked very much, that was developed by the German Aviation Authority on how to build an operator manual. And we then would like to take this example and publish some example operator manual for each PDRA. So you can take it, just identify which area you need to adapt for your operation, but then making it in a way that will be easier for you to very quickly, so all have all the elements. Next, drone light shows, warm flight. These are operations are gaining attraction and current SORA does not address that at all. Could you please briefly discuss what categories a flight will be? Will there be the standard scenario for drones light show? Yeah, I think that we covered, no? So Alberto showed that there is a standard scenario, no, a predefined risk assessment that has been finalized by Jarus and today is in final consultation. I guess that in a few days, few months, I don't know how long it will be, months, few years, half decades. In the next future, whatever will be, next future, it will be published on the Jarus website for external consultation. And this is to allow drone light shows in urban environment. There will be all the requirements how to make them safe. So this will set up also the standard that will be needed. So even if it will be still for consultation from Jarus, but at the end, said before, the Jarus community is made also with a big involvement of the European community. So as a European NAA, we already verified, and we think that from the regulatory point of view is good enough. Then you will tell us from an operational point of view how good it is, and then we can for sure improve. But still, the authority may, and you also may use as reference when you will develop the application for the approval of these light shows. So next, today, there are several companies, organizations that offer service tools that will simplify the SORA process. Is there an EASA approved tool today? Yeah, we are aware. Actually, so we know that there are several. Then naturally, we don't have time. We have not time to go through them, and also we don't have competence. Now, as I said before, is the responsibility of the operator to make sure that they fulfill all the regulation. We have a different project here in EASA. One of the projects is also to develop what we call an innovative air mobility hub. We are considering different options. Maybe there will be some kind of additional explanation on this hub. I don't think that we will kind of have a full system that will help on how to conduct an automated SORA. But still, maybe we can in the future find something that may, whenever we see that there is the possibility to simplify, to give some kind of automated function that will, example, identify what is the real critical area in case the drone will crash. Then something that we can work in the future, but it's something that will come later. So at this moment, we cannot give any kind of approval. Please, we have a question from our friend Philip.
Okay, thank you. If I may just complement that information. Risk assessment is one of the use-based services standardized in ISO 23629-12. And providers of those services can be certified through ISO notified bodies based on that standard. And if the authority accepts, the ISO certification applies globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the last point is important. If the authority accepts, so for sure this is a good start. It's a good start, and we are still learning here. So maybe at this moment we do not have a full assessment if this kind of standards are sufficient enough. But the important is that you can use whatever tool, but you keep the responsibility, and then maybe in the future the authority may say that a tool developed according to some standard will be automatically be accepted. There's another question from the floor.
Yes, here.
Please.
We're mentioning that part of the LOC approval is being in compliance with some SMS elements. Can you briefly describe what elements these are, and do they have to be documented in how you comply with these elements in the operations manual?
Yeah, so this is actually in line with the next question. That is here, what is the regulatory rationale for considering the look as mandatory for US operation with a sale 4, 5, and 6? So why is mandatory a look, or let's not actually not only look, also other certificate of operator. So today, if you see SORA, also one that is the operator competency, starting from sale 4 is a high level of robustness. And if you go to the Annex C, it's written that a certificate for the operator is required. So we need to have a certificate. Now, what kind of a certificate? So a certificate that shows that you have enough competency. In our managed aviation system, we already have a similar verification, and we call air operator certificate. So this means that if tomorrow Lufthansa wants to start operation with drones, they already have everything in place, so they can make use of their air operator certificate. But if we have a new operator that doesn't have any previous background, we think that go to air operator certificate may be over demanding. So for this reason, we developed a simplified version of this certificate. This is why we called light US unmanned certificate, because it's a lighter version of the air operator certificate that we ask for managed aviation. And this certificate is based on the elements that are required by ICAO for all the organization working in aviation, that are based on the safety management system. So we require that the operator is able to manage the safety of the operation. So they have a safety manager. They are able to identify the risk of all their operation, to address the risk, and then to be able to train all their personnel in a way such that the full operation is safe. So all the requirements that we have for the light unmanned certificate, they are based on this safety management system coming from ICAO, are then aimed to protect the full operation. So to make sure that when the operator does an operation, he understands what is the level of risk, and then the level of safety operation can be improved. So this is the background and why these requirements are there. Now, we have already some acceptable means of compliance and guidance material that are published together with the Part C of Regulation 947. The Part C is the one dedicated to the light unmanned certificate. But we think that that material needs to be improved because we developed 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. So we had the limited, the moment also understanding. So we are working with the support of the European authority to develop, to improve those elements. And in the next weeks and months, as soon as a package will be available, we will publish, at this moment only for information, what we call guidelines, especially on the LUC, to better explain what, for example, the difference between a precise organization with precise location and generic location. So then a look may have the privilege to change the location when they have a precise location with precise location. What could be the structure, the typical structure that an operator should have, and then what will be on top of the look. Better how it will be the content of the look manual, what will be the functions that the operator needs to have, what a safety manager should do, what kind of training, what kind of skill. So everything then will be provided with better clarity, hopefully. Okay. Okay, we still have 10 minutes. Good. Can a look also give you the privilege to perform cross-border of Article 13 without to go to the authority? So the principle in the drone regulation is that whatever certificate, authorization, or approval that is granted by one authority, one of the authority of the EASA member state, is valid in all or other EASA member states. So if you got a look from, I got a look from the German authority, I can spend the same look when I go abroad, so within the other EASA member state, using the same privileges. However, the regulation requires that you still need to inform the member state of when you want to operate, just to inform them where you are going to operate, and provide a copy of the time of reference of the look, showing that you don't need to have any kind of additional verification from the authority of where you are going to operate. So this is also required for security reasons. So all the state needs to have an understanding of who are the operators that are flying in their state. But otherwise, the same privilege that you can spend in your country, you can also spend in other European countries. It has been said, a fully automated airpass operation is acceptable. May you please be more explicit about the safety rationale behind the statement? Yeah, fully autonomous system may be as safe as automated system under human supervision. What about the accountability in case of an accident? So I think that Alberto already explained the main difference between automated and the autonomous. So first of all, let's see from a technical point of view. So automated means that there is a predeterministic system behind where the pilot did planning, so trying to anticipate all possible conditions. So then the drone will exactly act as the pilot pre-planned that activity. So we can plan all what we can foresee, but you know that can always be something that was not anticipated. So the problem with the automated system is that something may still happen, and the drone doesn't know how to react or may react improperly. So this is why in this case, we always need to have behind a remote pilot that supervises the operation and then take action in case something happens. So then depending on the level of automation, the pilot may take directly control and then steer the drone with a joystick or maybe with a mouse just to change the altitude, the heading, whatever is possible. Or we may even reach a case where the pilot will just interrupt the mission and the drone will land with the flight termination system. Then if you are able to demonstrate that that procedure is good, then you can be approved. Then the next level is the autonomous operation. Autonomous means that the drone will fly from A to B. So there will be some kind of artificial intelligence that will identify how the drone will behave depending on what kind of threat you will find. So this is in general a non-predeterministic approach for which we still need to identify how we'll be able to make sure that the aircraft is reliable enough, and how to make sure that then something will not happen and that the level of risk maybe will be higher than what we were expecting. So from a technological point of view, we are not ready yet to allow this kind of operation. And then there will be also a shift in responsibility that we need to still to discuss, because with automatic operation, it's always clear that there is one person. So there is the operator that is in charge to make sure that the full operation is safe and we'll have all the procedures, everything will be fine. But then there is one person that is a remote pilot in charge to conduct the flight. So if he following the procedures of the operator and something goes wrong, the responsibility is on the operator. But then if he's not following the procedures, then he is responsible. And then when there will be something that was not foreseen, then with his skill, he need to find the right solution to react to this new threat that happened. With autonomous drone, then the responsibility will be for sure starting from to the operator, but then if the drone is reacting not how it's planned, then there will be some responsibility on the manufacturer that still we need to discuss. So will be some, there will be a different level that for sure we will solve, but we still need some discussion. Okay, so there is there's a question there, please.
Can you hear me? So sorry, it seems that my question is just first at up now. So I'm Alejandro Velestal from Rigitech, and we have heard from different customers or members in the industry that there are different criteria or different flexibilities while giving a look in different countries. Actually, there are 2 or 3 countries that always seems to be like the easiest ones to get a look, while other countries such as France, if I am not wrong, with a high population and probably a high number of operators, have provided no look yet. Do you think if this is due to so do you think this is due to a difference in the requirements? Is there not yet a common ground for how to provide look, and what is EASA's solution proposal on this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a good point. So in general, it's not only for look. You can imagine, so since we are, as I said several times at the beginning, there is also different level of understanding, different challenges that then may be peculiar to different nations. So there are then also very important is also different culture and backgrounds of some countries. You know that I'm coming from Italy, and in the southern part, normally they are more in control. So they don't. There is less trust in the declaration provided by person. Maybe in the northern country there is a different level of trust. So there's also this different culture in general that we have in a big country like in Europe, and this reflects also here in our regulation. So there's also this combination yet that some countries were more active since the beginning in following all our activities, so they are quite up to speed. Other countries a little bit less. We are discussing with all the European countries, and we have a monthly webinar where we discuss different topics, because this will be important now to harmonize the approach. So one side we need to have a feedback from them, what are the challenges, and the other side to make sure that we have the same understanding and same interpretation of different elements of the regulation. So this is something that they are doing. And then EASA is also starting their formal standardization inspections. So starting from last year, we are going now to all European member states to identify the challenges that they may have, and if there are problems in the interpretation, maybe they are sometimes too strict, sometimes too loose now to apply. So it's something that's little by little, I think it will be solved, but is part of the human behavior that at the beginning there will be some different from people, so from different between countries.
Timo Lind from VTT Finland. So question for that automatic flying, that if you have a case that one pilot want to fly several drones, it's PVLOS case, is this currently what it requires, or is it possible like this case? I mean, this kind of operational center, the several drones are piloted, what it means in.
So this is the beauty of SORA, the beauty of a performance-based approach. That this depends. So if you are proposing an approach that shows to the competent authority that is safe, then yes, you can do it. So it can be done in several ways. So it means that first of all, you need to have drones with some kind of level of automation. It is quite good. So that means that the pilot doesn't need to be focused on one drone. So he can manage in one screen the position of different drones. And we would like to develop some procedures that in the future will help operator of how to address all kinds of operation, including also this one. So at this moment, we don't have a procedure yet, because we know that there are already a couple of operators that are intending to conduct operation like you are saying. So what we are doing, we are monitoring how they are doing, and then we will extract a lesson learned that will be published as acceptable means of compliance on our website. So in this initial phase will be when you have a new way to conduct an operation, then it will be up to you to propose a good approach. We will discuss together how we can improve it. And then when it will be good enough, and we can share also with the other one, we will make available on our website. But at this moment, so we don't have a clear procedures on how to address that specific topic. For example, one good way I think would be to develop a preferred risk assessment, because this is also for me a way to show standardization, to describe what would be a good way to conduct one operation. So maybe we can take the last question, then we can break for lunch. There is another question there.
Morning, Natalie. My name is Pedro. I'm from Portugal Beyond Vision. And I have this question. We are a drone manufacturer, but also an operator. And recently, we are frequently requested to perform some demos of our drones. And we were recently requested to perform an operation that was within the scope of the PDRIS-01. So I went to the EASA website and I retrieved the form that is there for this kind of operation. I fulfilled it and I submitted it to the Portuguese authority, ANAC. And they replied me back that that was a very outdated form. The new forms were somewhere that the link that they gave me, and it was already much different than the one that was on the ESA website. When I told ANAC, well, that is impossible. I just retrieved the information from the ESA website, and they made me notice that there is some small letters there saying that that information can be outdated for some reason. And my question is, are there any plans to make this information, past versions, readily available so that we don't have to fulfill forms over and over to trying to find the right one? Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I would like to talk to you during the break, because I'm not aware that the format we have on our website were not updated, and if they are not so, I apologize, because we always want to have the latest one. So please let me know what was the issue, and we will correct immediately.
Hello. So hi Peter. So very easy to solve. It was so we had an update, vision, the new AMCs, the form changed, and these ESS rules weren't updated, right?
Okay, so no.
Is the problem?
So if it's something old, yeah. So okay, because but in addition to unfortunately, we are not able to publish this access rule very quickly because it takes some time. But now you may see that on the drone website, we have the possibility to download all the forms for requiring authorization for the PDR race, so they are extracted from the documents that we use to directly publish this, all these changes. So since I think now 6 months, you can directly download the latest form from the specific operation page on the drone website. So this, I hope that is always the latest one. So I think that now it's time for break for lunch. We will start at 1:30. So this afternoon, now this was the introduction. This afternoon we will start to talk about what is the real SORA and how then we improve with SORA 2.5. So we will meet again at 1:30.
È aggiornato il sito.
Stavo parlando una cosa vecchia allora. Pensavo che fosse una cosa recente. Il tuo, anche Sasha mi stava facendo che è rimasto sorpreso. Poi ho detto un ascensore, è stato un ascensore.
Also, you just for
So, ladies and gentlemen, we can restart. Ask everybody to take a seat. Okay, so we will now start the discussion of the SORA risk assessment. So I ask everybody to take a seat. If you need water, or there will be additional water in the meeting room where we had lunch. So in the next, I think 4 hours, we'll be full dedicated to the SORA risk assessment. We will go to all the steps. We will discuss what is today the situation with SORA 2.0 and what are the lessons learned and how this should be improved with SORA 2.5. I'll try to provide also some examples. So maybe this presentation also may be a little bit longer, but we may have then time for question either this afternoon or also tomorrow morning. Since tomorrow morning we have other topics, maybe we don't need all the time that we assign to the topic for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we may restart with questions that maybe in the meantime you may have had during the afternoon. Okay, so and also I hope that through the presentation I may answer to some of the common questions that we also received on Slido. So let's start. Which risk SORA addresses? So SORA, it's a safety risk assessment. So we protect the air safety. Air safety means fatal injuries to third party on ground, fatal injuries to third party in air. So we mean that we make sure that there are no mistakes, unintentional mistakes, either in the development design of the drone or maybe in the procedures that the operator use, or in the some problem in the training of the remote pilot that may cause a fatal injury. We also address the cybersecurity. So cybersecurity to ensure that also the system is secure and the probability that someone will hijack is reduced. And you may be aware that last year Jarus published an annex to the Annex C, identifying the additional requirements for cybersecurity. And this also will be part of SORA 2.5. So which kind of person we have? We have involved person. This means person that accepted to take part to the drone operation. So this means that these are all people that are used to manage the flight. Maybe we can even consider actors when there is some drone that is making some filming for the movie. as long as there are procedures that are safe enough to protect the people that are there. So in case of actors, for example, we may have one person dedicated to check that the drone is not doing something wrong. All the people needs to know what to do in case something unexpected is happening, and then they need to be alerted with enough time to give them to react. So these are the involved people. Then there is the uninvolved people. Uninvolved people are us, where, for example, we are in a park, we are having fun, and there is some drone operation over our head, or where we are seated in an aircraft, there is some drones flying here and there. And then we to avoid that something happens that may jeopardize the life of these people. So all the mitigation safety objectives that we derive from SORA are mostly addressed to protect these uninvolved people. However, for the involved people, there will be the additional procedures that ensure their safety. Which risks are not addressed? So privacy, that is not addressed by SORA. In Europe, we have our nice GPDR that we need to comply with. Risk to industrial infrastructure. So if we are operating over a nuclear power plant, most probably there is no one under there. So from an air risk or an aviation safety point of view, the risk is very low. But depending on the size of the drone, in case of crash, we may have some big trouble. So in addition, you need to check if there are some industrial infrastructure risk that you should consider, and maybe additional requirements should be put in place. Security. So security, we mean that someone wants to use a drone to do something that is wrong. So if it's for a mistake, something that was unintentional, we will cover through our safety aviation risk. But then we cannot prevent that someone will use the drone illegally. This is normal. So this regulation is not developed for that. We have other regulation that will prevent that. And then also the environmental risk. So in case there is a crash in an area and the drone has the battery, or maybe can be a fire in the area. Also, this one needs to be considered. And we know that member states are identifying geographical zones to protect some natural park, for example, also because of noise or other reason. So these are not covered by SORA. So then each state will identify additional requirements to protect this risk. So as we said this morning, we already have a SORA 2.0 that was published by Jarus in January. And then, as Jörg said, was adopted by EASA with some small adaptation. So keep in mind that we have a small adaptation where the concepts are not changed. It's just to explain how the elements of SORA are used here in Europe. But at the end, it's exactly the same concept. So we collected lessons learned from all of you that operated in these 2 years using SORA. And then there was a number of meetings with the full Jarus community to find a way to address all these lessons learned. And what we had in mind was to simplify. We know that we said before is a complex document, but sometimes we saw that also the language that we use was too complex, because at the beginning we were trying to I was not part actually at the beginning, I'm part now, but there was this very good people, expert, that were trying to focus on the concept. So maybe now we are also trying to focus on the language. So, and then we don't want to add new requirements in general. So you will see that there are some changes. Maybe you can see that in some cases they may have some new requirements. But what we want to make the SORA 2.5 compatible with SORA 2.0. So if you have an authorization given from under SORA 2.0, this should be still valid with some adaptation, but in general, is not adding additional requirements. except for containment, where I think that you will appreciate that maybe is more reduction, let's say. Then we will see there is some changes in containment, but it's more on simplification and reduction. You will see later. So add clarity, and then also add the flexibility, additional flexibility as we can. Okay, so again, you have here the link where you can provide the consultation. You can download the SORA 2.5 and then the indication of how to provide comments by 6th of March. So who are the SORA actors? So first, we have the applicant. The applicant is any of you that is asking for an authorization. So then only after you have received an authorization, you become the UIS operator or drone operator. Then there is the drone manufacturer. Some of the SORA requirements are addressing the airworthiness, the design. So the manufacturer plays a role. So here still sometimes we have some kind of ambiguity because who will apply to the operator, to the authority for the operation authorization is the operator. So this means at the end, the operator is the one that needs to collect all the data and show to the competent authority that their operation is safe, including that they are using a drone that is compliant sufficiently with the requirements, depending then on the level of sale of the operator or the operation. So we need to have an interface between the operator and the manufacturer. For a higher sale, where a design verification report will be required to the manufacturer, or where a type certificate will be required, we will discuss later. So sale 4, design verification report, sale 5 and 6, a type certificate. Then the certificate may be directly used by the operator to show that they are using a drone that is compliant with all the requirements related to design. And then important actors are the competent authority. This is that issuing the operation authorization. And you see that SORA talks about competent third party that is assessing the evidence. This is what was this morning also explained by Tom Masello, Fabio Pasello, where so the competent authority are those that are in charge to issue authorization. In some cases, they may use other entity to do the activity, and so they may even delegate the possibility to issue the authorization, or they may just ask them to collect the evidence, provide the evidence to the competent authority. The competent authority will review, and then we'll see if this is good enough, and they will issue then the authorization. In Europe, we have a regulation that identifies the competence between the European system and the states. So the European Commission is responsible for assessing the design, the compliance with the design, and the European Commission does with the support of EASA. So the EASA then has a delegation to assess the compliance with the design, while instead all the other elements, so verification of the operational requirements, training, is instead by the National Aviation Authority. What is the structure of SORA 2.0? So this is in the way is the same, the Jarus and on the European one. In the following slide, when I specify in red SORA 2.0, means it is only applicable to SORA 2.0. When it's specified in green, SORA 2.5, means it's only for SORA 2.5. Where it's not specified means that it is in common, it's applicable to both. Okay. So SORA 2.0, we have a main body, and we have the description of the process. And then we have these Annex A CONOPS that also from comments we already have on the slide is giving a lot of headaches. Because the problem is that CONOPS has a different understanding depending on what is your background. There is a very clear understanding for those coming for the military world, and I have some military background. And then in some civil areas has a different understanding. So this is why the CONOPS was, thank you. was renamed in operator manual. So the word CONOPS already in the Annex A that was consulted in March last year was removed and was called operator manual. And you will see that in SORA 2.5, we are completely canceling the word CONOPS. So Annex A is the operator manual. Then we have Annex B, detailing the ground risk mitigation. Annex C, the air risk strategic mitigation. Annex D, the air risk tactical mitigation. Annex C, the operational safety objective. And that I hope that by the end of the day, also for those that are not familiar with what are this kind of mitigation, tactical, strategical, you will learn later. How the structure has changed in SORA 2.5. So, no big change in the structure. We still have a main body. You will see that there are a lot of word changes, but mostly they are to improve language, to simplify, but they are not changing the concept, except for introducing a quantitative approach for ground risk, and we will see better later, and to improve the containment. But for the rest, there is no change in the concept. Annex A, we think that what was published in 2022, sorry, not 20. So the one I showed you before is good. Is already was already developed having in mind SORA 2.5. So no change to that one. Annex B, there are some changes, but also here clarification on how better apply mitigations. You will see that there are some changes in the mitigations, but they are not changing the concept. We will discuss later. Annex C and D, that is the air risk part. Okay, air risk part, we know that at this moment, SORA in general, the air risk is still a little bit complicated. And also we don't have good procedures on how to address the air risk. So they need to have, an improvement is needed in Annex C and Annex D. But due to lack of time, we could not develop also, but maybe, yeah, Jörg, you want to?
Not lack of time, lack of personnel resources, and we had to decide how are we going to do it? Are we going to do everything and take longer? Or do we split it into 2.5, where we update the ground risk parts, and 3.0 will update the air risk parts? So it was basically a trade-off between taking more time to finish it off, and to do the same thing in the same time available would have required more experts that we didn't have. So it was basically a trade-off. That's why air risk is untouched.
Thank you, Jörg. Yeah, so it will be the next, or better, it's not next, because I think we already started, yes, Jörg, to address to define the group that will work on air risk. So it's something that we will address as soon as possible, but it will take. Yeah, okay, perfect. Then Annex C, also there are no changes, but we added the possibility to use functional test-based approach to show compliance with some requirements, and also this one we will see later. Then there are 3 new annexes. Annex F, that will provide the quantitative model for all the ground risk. This is quite an interesting document. We'll discuss, but very little later. Then Annex H, how to certify service providers, and Annex I, that are the glossary, so all the definitions. So these also are part of SORA 2.5, and then they are under the consultation. So let's see some of the main elements before starting to dive into the how to conduct risk assessment. So we need to understand the concept of robustness level. So robustness level, according to SORA, is made of 2 elements. So the level of integrity and the level of assurance. So the level of integrity is how good the solution that you are proposing is. So what kind of level of safety is ensuring. So then this means what kind of standard you're using, what kind of approach. While instead the level of assurance is how you are demonstrating that you are achieving that level of integrity. So this can be for low level of robustness, just a declaration. This only for lower risk. So we trust that you declare that you are complying with whatever is it will be acceptable for that level of integrity. Medium, still a declaration, but we require that the operator provide some data to the competent authority. And then the competent authority may verify or not. So it depends on several items, also on the level of trust, for example, if they will check or not. While instead high level of robustness, we always need to have a third-party verification. So there will be the competent authority or by an entity designated by the competent authority. So they need to check that you comply with the level of integrity that is claimed. Then this is the core picture of SORA. So first, we need always to have in mind this picture when we talk about the risk on SORA, that we call semantic model. You can see this is only for SORA 2.0. There are some changes in SORA 2.5 that I will show you later. So the operation should always be conducted in what we call flight geography, the red part, the green part. The green part is all the area that we need to cover. So if, for example, you are doing some spray, agricultural spray, your crop, your field will be in the flight geography. Then you need to identify what is called contingency volume. So it may happen that for some reason, the drone temporarily exits the flight geography. You should reduce as much as possible that this will happen, but know that we may have a small technical failure, a small mistake, maybe a wind, a gust that is just unexpected. So you need to develop procedures to ensure that your drone immediately go back in the flight geography. And then we'll see how to develop, how this flight geography condition volume will be sized. And then on top, after, you need to identify the buffer, the risk buffer. You can see that we have from one side the ground risk buffer, other side an optional air risk buffer. So this means that if you try to have the drone back into the flight geography, applying the contingency procedures, but then your procedures were not effective and you are reaching the red line, then you need to apply the emergency procedures. So this means that, for example, you need to terminate the flight, for example, or something that you can show to the competent authority that is safe for your kind of operation, depends where you are operating. So, for example, one case may be that you terminate the flight, you have a parachute and the aircraft will crash on ground, for example. And this is why you need to have a ground risk buffer to ensure that it's crashing still in a safe area, not in an area where there is some population, for example. On the other side, there is an optional air risk buffer. So also to ensure that there is a good distance between the contingency volume and where an area with higher risk is present. Everything that is around is called adjacent area. So the adjacent area means that we are flying the flight geography, the aircraft exit, you activated your contingency procedures. These are ineffective. You reach the limit of the emergency volume, the red dot. You have all the emergency procedures, but also these are not effective. So your drone then fly away and will reach the area where there is on one side, maybe the city, on the other side, there may be an airport. So then we need to evaluate what is the level of this risk and have appropriate requirements to protect also the adjacent area. Okay. Now, there is this optional air risk buffer. And the question is this air risk buffer really essential? When should be provided? Should be added this risk buffer? So there was a lot of discussion in Jarus, and then maybe we found that there is not a big safety additional element that we are adding with the risk buffer. Maybe there will be some special cases where it will be added, and then we need to here to address the normal operation. So it was decided that maybe the risk buffer is not essential. So the SORA 2.5 is removing the air risk buffer. Want to complement?
Yes, I'm going to complement it. Basically, the removal of the air risk buffer can directly be derived from the new containment model that we have. It does not do anything anymore because containment, and this is a step ahead because it's going to the end of the presentation, right? Containment has changed that adjacent airspace, no matter what density it is, can no longer trigger enhanced containment. And the optional air risk buffer was put into the SORA originally many years ago that if you're flying in the vicinity of a major airport or whatever, a busy airspace, that you can insert an additional buffer so that you do not need to go to the high level of containment. But since this is impossible to begin with in the new version of SORA, there's no point in having it. It's a simplification.
Exactly. It's a good example of how we were trying to simplify. This is the first example of simplification. Thank you, Jörg. Okay, so iris buffer removed. But then where does the adjacent area start? So the SORA 2.5 clarifies that this starts from the ground risk buffer. Okay, now this is a small change that we have between SORA 2.0, so to clear identify where the adjacent area starts. Now, this is from where I said that the adjacent volume starts from the boundary of the contingency volume, from the red part. So, let's see how we should again use this model. As I told you, this is important that is very clear because this is you need to always have in mind this concept in order to understand SORA. So, since you need always to have the drone within the flight geography, means that all normal operation procedures are those that are used in the flight geography. Then, whenever the drone is exiting flight geography, you will have some abnormal situation, so you will have the contingency procedures. Still, we can consider that when the drone is in flight contingents in the flight geography or contingency volume, that we call this the sum operational volume. When the drone is at operational volume, still the operation is in control. Means that you have not lost the control, you still are able to steer back the drone within the flight geography with the normal and the contingency procedures. When instead the drone exits the operational volume, then we are in the emergency situation. And then you have all the emergency procedures, flight termination, call the tower, depends. So it depends where you are flying in order to avoid that there is additional risk in the adjacent area. So at the end, the SORA will help you to classify what is the risk of all this area and to develop proper procedures, proper training, and use a drone with an adequate level of safety that will ensure that the operation is safely conducted in that area. Okay. Let's start now to describe the SORA. We start with the step one. SORA 2.0 today is called CONOPS description, where the applicant needs to collect and provide all relevant technical, operational, and system information needed to assess the risk of the operation. So here, what we need is that you identify what you want to do, where you want to fly, and which drone you intend to use. Now, here there is today still a lot of discussion on how to interpret the step one in SORA 2.0. So also because of this CONOPS description, because this is then the foundation to develop the elements that you need to demonstrate to the competent authority to show compliance. So to develop the operation manual and also to demonstrate that you are conducting all risk assessment in the correct way. So at the end, so the outcome will be that you describe what is the operation and you understand what kind of documents at the end of the SORA process you need to finalize. But the issue is that, as I told you, the CONOPS has a different meaning, different domain. Also, SORA Annex A is called the CONOPS. So in step one, in the SORA 2.5, Step 1 has been renamed to documentation of the proposed operation. So to start to collect this kind of documentation. And then Annex A is renamed operator manual. So this should remove this ambiguity of what we ask. So now, do you need to, if you have already an approval under SORA 2.0, because of these changes, do you need to rewrite everything according to SORA 2.0, 2.5? No. So we are trying just to clarify. We're not changing here in concept. So we are trying to remove this kind of ambiguity. Okay. So if you have already have an operation in place with an approved documentation according to SORA 2.0 or whatever the competent authority decided was good enough at the time to show compliance with the step 1 of SORA 2.0, this will still be valid. Okay. Then, once you identified what you want to do, where you want to fly, we need to identify the ground risk. So, in the step 2, you can see that there is no mention here which SORA I'm talking about. So, this is applicable both to 2.0 and 2.5. So, the step 2 require you to identify what is the area, the size of the what we call footprint. Footprint is the sum of the operational volume plus the ground risk buffer. And then to classify the risk of the footprint. And then after all steps, you need to document what you are doing. So there will be some procedures that maybe will, some description that will go in the operator manual. And this will be complemented by a document that where you summarize how you conducted the SORA assessment. And in the Annex A, that was the one that was published for consultation, there is an appendix where there is a form that you may use to explain each step of SORA, how you conduct it. So you need to be to provide a lot of information, just to make sure that you considered all the elements and then you have a justification for all the safety precautions that you put in place. While it said the operator manual, remind, should contain everything that is needed by your staff to understand what kind of operation you need to do and what kind and how this operation can be conducted safely. So how we identify the sites of operational area? So I want to fly in somewhere, identify here, and identify the flight geography. As we said, is where the drone should fly in normal condition. How large needs to be this flight geography? How large you want, first of all, because it depends where you want to operate. If you just want to go to A to B, maybe it's very short. If you want to do an inspection of a field, then will be the size of the field. So whatever you need for your operation. But then you need also to consider that there may be some navigational error, flight technical error, path definition error. So you need to have some kind of additional area, because otherwise, if you always fly on the border, then you may always have a situation in which you are in the contingency volume and then need to apply immediately the contingency procedures. So try to be a little bit larger in order to consider also this kind of errors. So then when you have identified where your operation needs to be conducted, you build on top the contingency volume. So as we said before, where the drone may fly in case of abnormal condition, okay? So this means that when you go there, immediately you need to go back into the flight geography. So how large this will be? So it will depend what will be the characteristic of your drone, what are your procedure. To also consider that maybe there are some also some delay when you realize that the drone has exited the flight geography, and then the information is displayed on your screen, and then you have some reaction time to operate. So you need to consider all these elements. And when you develop the procedures and you show to the competent authority that, I don't know, it's 10 meters, 100 meters or more, whatever. So it's justified by showing that within that range, considering also the speed of your drone, you are always be able to go back into the flight geography. So this will valid both for vertically and horizontally, naturally. Then, after we identify the ground risk buffer, so I repeat, so when then I have some issues, so the aircraft exit the flight geography, I start the contingency procedures, but they are not effective and they reach the limit of the contingency volume. Immediately here, you need to still identify some emergency procedures. So maybe the drone most probably will be terminated, the drone will crash. So we need to determine the distance where the drone may crash. And this also will be varied depending on the characteristic of your drone. So normally what we ask that will be a one-to-one distance of ballistic descent. So here, for example, I have some example. So if we think that the normal procedure will be that you can use the one-to-one distance. So if you are flying up to 100 meters, then you should have at least 100 meters of ground risk buffer. But depending on the characteristic of your drone, you may have we may calculate a more accurate ground risk buffer. So this is a little bit going back to what I was saying this morning, that SORA has different level of complexity. So you may go in the simplified way where you don't invest very much in trying to mitigate the risk. So you can use just the one-to-one rule. You say 100 meter height, 100 meter distance, if done. Or you may decide to invest a little bit more, and then you calculate the ballistic descent, and you demonstrate to the competent authority that in reality, as soon as you terminate the flight, the aircraft will not fly 100 meters, but only 50 meters or whatever. So this will require some additional skill from you, and have additional level of complexity, but then it will be repaid in having a lower buffer. So SORA is always built with this mind. So you can start from a simple approach, but then more you dig, more you invest, more you try to adapt mitigation in your case, and better, but maybe lower will be the cost of your operation. So, for example, so these are some criteria that needs to be considered when you calculate more ground risk buffer. And I think that for the enhanced containment, Jörg, you can help. These are always required, correct?
Yes. Again, skip ahead to the containment piece of SORA. What has changed is ground risk buffer and size of the ground risk buffer used to be part of the M1 mitigation. And after a thorough analysis, we came to the conclusion that it doesn't really belong there. It is well better placed in as part of containment. So as soon as low-level containment is not enough, you are required medium or high-level containment, you need to do a realistic computation of your ground risk buffer. We think that is fair, and it coincides with the required liability of that the ground risk buffer is actually hit on the descent down. What I mean by this is when you have only a one-to-one buffer, it is possible that in a loss of control scenario, you still exceed it. If you have a low-level containment that is required, that is probably because the population density around that buffer is probably not that terribly high. So in the order of magnitude scale of overall safety, this is not a factor if, like, say, in 10% of cases, the aircraft exceeds the one-to-one buffer, just to give you an idea. If you need a higher level of containment, this is usually because there are higher population densities right outside the buffer. And you have, less margin for error. Therefore, at least 99% or even higher percentages need to crash inside the ground risk buffer. And that's why it needs to be computed more correctly and with taking the maximum wind into account, delays, all these kind of things.
Thank you, Jörg. So once we identified where we want to operate, so the full IGRC footprint, flight geography, contingency volume down this buffer, we need to identify what is the ground risk. So the ground risk is what is the probability that we, in case of crash, we may hit a person and then we can injure the person. So the SORA 2.0 asks you to identify, to classify the area of operation. That can be control ground area, means that the area is protected and that there will be a negligible probability of presence of uninvolved person. So like, for example, here, the picture may be fenced, or is sparsely populated or populated. And SORA 2.0 does not provide additional elements to identify what does it mean. So it means that each authority will identify where in their country there will be sparsely populated area, and assembly of people. Assembly of people, we have a definition in the regulation 947. Assembly of people means that the people are so packed such that in case they see a drone that are crashing, they don't have the possibility to move and avoid to be hit. So SORA 2.0 asks you to identify, so where do we want to operate? Is it control ground area, sparsely populated, or assembly of people? Let's use a fictional example. So I just took on the map one possible city, but there is completely fictional. So don't take this as a real example, and then maybe actual local condition different. So let's assume that we have one drone. I took one example, Manna delivery, that is a 23-kilogram drone with a payload of 2.25 kilos of 2 meters that want to fly from the departure point to the arrival point. In the slide, everything that is dark green, according to this Google map, for example, is a sparsely populated area. For example, maximum density of 200 people per square kilometer, just for example. Everything that is light green, grayish, more or less, is populated area with a maximum population density of 3,000 people per square kilometer. Let's assume that in the circle in the center, there is a busy open shopping area. For example, during the opening time of the shop is full of people on the ground, and there are areas where we have a population density that may reach, for example, 200 people per square kilometer, very high density. What is normally here in Cologne in our shopping area, for example. Okay. So the operator wants to go from A to B. Perfect. So here you identify the contingency, so all the IGRC footprint based on this path. Now, we need to assess the ground risk. So we know that so far we were used to talk about weight. To all the classification of the risk is based on what is the weight of the drone. But is the weight of the drone the main factor? We have a study, and I think that we published as an appendix to the proposal for the first proposal for the regulation 947 in 2018, showing that there is a lethal threshold when an object impacts the skull of a person. The probability that this skull will be fractured is high, very high, when the energy transmitted is more than 80 joules. Now, it's a little bit maybe a little bit complex. This means that if you have a hard piece of rock that is crashing over your head, then may crack your skull. So then depends if it's a small piece of rock, maybe it will not crack, maybe it's a larger crack, and we have a threshold that is what is the energy that is transferred. So this means that when you reach this threshold, and to give you an example, we are talking about the drone of the size of 900 grams, that you may remind this is the threshold for the C1 drone in the open category. So a drone with 900 grams, up to 900 grams, the probability that will fracture your skull is limited, but then above 900 grams, the probability will be maybe higher. So then, if it's more than 900 grams, if it's 1 kilo, 10 kilos, or 100 kilos, difference will be more or less limited. So you will have some damage anyway. So then the most important thing is so the question we can do at the end, okay? Yeah. Yeah, if you can take note, then we get that point at the end. So then the next step will be to identify if I'm over this threshold. So people may be injured anyway. How many people am I injured? This maybe is the most important there. So this means that we need to identify what is the area in which the drone could crash, and then what is the area that when they be impacted, we need to consider that the area, so the drone may crash with some kind of angle. After crash, they may slide, bounce. There may be an explosion, and then it will be debris that will be all around. So we call this area critical area. So, and the main elements to identify the critical area is the maximum characteristic dimension of the drone. So in case of fixed wing, would be the wingspan. In case of rotorcraft, will be the maximum size distance between two rotor, for example. So this is the initial element. And so you will see then on the beautiful Annex F that all this is very much explained in all detail with all the mathematics behind why, what is justification for having an assigned ground risk level depending of the dimension of the drone and then the population density. So, but in general, we consider that when the height of the drone will reach the height of the person, some 1.8 meter average height of the person, then all person that will be from that position. So, so the position when the drone will reach 1.80 up to where all the drone will slide, then this will be the area where it will be directly impacted. Then there may be some explosion, so that some debris may go outside of the area that is going to impact. So there is a buffer here, and then other explosion may be at the end. So all this will identify what is the size of the area. And now, for simplification, at the end we summarize all this for you in the dimension of the drone. So you don't need to do all this calculation as the first step. So it's just to you as to give you a background information, but we don't require a normal operator to go through all these elements unless I will show you want to do something more. Okay, so this is the reason why is not the weight, but is the size of the drone, and then this is what is behind to identify the risk of the area where the drone will crash. So SORA 2.0, so you know that provide this table. So this table link the size of the drone, 1 meter, 3 meter, 8 meter, more than 8 meter, with a qualitative assessment of the area where the drone is operating. So control ground area, sparsely populated, or assembly of people. And so there is an index that is increasing from 1 to 10. And this index will provide you what is the initial ground risk class. If the drone will fall in the gray area here, then this operation is not possible in the specific category. This means that the level of risk of the operation is too high, cannot mitigate it with the elements that are written in SORA. So this will automatically fall in the certified category, at least this in Europe. Okay. There is also a typical kinetic energy that is associated with each drone, but this is to have a reference that is linked to the ground risk model that is behind. So what are the lessons learned on SORA 2.0? What we think that maybe here in step 2 should be improved? So first, the qualitative population density value does not help in having an harmonized approach among states. So it depends where you are flying. Each state may have different understanding. It's not clear under which condition VLOS may play a role. If you can see here, we have different requirements, different level of risk if your operation are doing in VLOS or BVLOS. But why this is so why VLOS surely have a direct impact on the air risk, on the ground risk, is not self-evident. However, I think it's we remind that Alberto already provided you an explanation this morning, saying that in VLOS, and this will be better explained in SORA 2.5, we consider that the pilot is avoiding area where there are people. So it's also controlling the ground risk. This is the meaning of people. But today, there was something that was missing in SORA 2.0. There was a reduction in the risk, but it was not explained, and also operator and authority was unsure how to grant this reduction. So this was one of the items that we found that should be improved. Then we talk about typical energy, but for not for everybody it's so self-evident how to calculate this typical energy. And then we see that if I go back to the slide, even if you have a less than 1 meter drone, then in some cases may have a high ground risk class. So if I have a toy of 100 meter, 100 centimeter, small, very small, and a toy that maybe is made of very frangible, just for kids. Do I need to certify if I'm flying in the park close to my family? Then, and then you can see that also we have a fixed value in the ground risk table. So whenever you move from, you have a drone of 3.1 meter, then immediately you are in the higher class. Apparently there is no clear way how we can be more proportionate and be more flexible. So already saw that we have application of drone of 2.99 meter. Yeah, it's nice, but we don't think that you should strive to reduce the size and then maybe you miss some good safety elements only to have 1 centimeter, your drone 1 centimeter smaller. And then the adjacent identification of the adjacent area is only required in step 9. So now we are having all the assessment of the area. We are very warm to see all the maps. And then step 9 we will ask maybe later, and maybe step 9 you can do after 1 month. You need to go back to your ground risk concept and then assess what is the risk of the adjacent area. So maybe saying something that we should identify the adjacent area immediately. So how SORA 2.5 improved the situation? The first element, from qualitative, we go to a quantitative approach. So the quantitative approach means that all the elements of the ground risk class, in terms of ocean density, were replaced by numbers. 25 people, 250 people, 2,500, and so on. So you still have the same size of drone, 1, 3, 8. Then we added also 20 and 40 and higher, because we already have a drone that are quite larger than 8. But so now we have a number of population density. So this is what is proposed by Jarus. Now we may discuss if in Europe, or maybe also with Jarus, we will see this number, maybe 250, maybe 300. We know that in Europe we already have several maps available that are linked to 300 people per square kilometer. We may discuss, and maybe we can say that we said 250 will be 300, but this will be, depends on your comments, will be an easy change. But then this will clarify exactly what you need to identify where you can operate. Then the VLOS was removed, and in reality, and then was clarified that VLOS means that you reduce the area where you are flying to area where there is no population density. So and is now identified as a mitigation in M1. So you can still have the same reduction as we have in the old SORA and SORA 2.0, but you will find a mitigation M1 instead here. Then the typical energy has been replaced by max cruise speed. That is a little bit so easier to understand. Then all drone with a weight less than 250 grams and the cruise speed less than 25 meters per second are always classified as ground risk 1. So toys, we're not going to certify toys. However, you know that there are also some very speed small drones that are not toys that can be dangerous. So this is why we also added a maximum speed for this kind of drone. Then what happens if I have a drone of 3.1 meter? Then we added the possibility to calculate the actual critical area of the drone. And this I will explain a little bit better in the next slide. So now it's clearly written that if you have a 3.1 meter drone, you can decide that I don't want to spend more time. The ground risk, I don't know, if I'm flying in 250 people per kilometer area, the ground risk is 6. 6 is good for me. I don't want to do any additional investment. Or you may decide that, no, I want to work a little bit more. I will apply some formulas that I will describe very, very briefly later. And then you can, instead of 6, immediately use 5, for example. Where I can get population density data. Now, at this moment, we still don't have a common approach. So each state may have their source. So in absence of anything, here I put a link to a European project. This is funded by the European Commission, where there is a definition of population density, even if this is at this moment are all static data. So in reality, then the situation may be different. But so we think that here we need to improve. So keep in mind that SORA 2.5 will become applicable sometime next year in Europe. So we still have 1 year to work. And so we already started to get in contact with some companies that have information on population density data. For example, they can identify how many mobile telephones are connected at this moment to the cell that is here, and they know that here there are how many people more or less. So EASA's intention is to work with this operator and to identify some minimum requirements for those entities that want to provide a service of dynamic population density data. So, and then when this operator will meet this minimum service, you may use it. So this will be where you can find the data. Now, how the ground risk class was calculated in SORA 2.5. So this is at the end the big change between SORA 2.0 and SORA 2.5. When on SORA 2.0, there already was a model behind, but was based on the elements that were available at the time. Now, it was a big effort to refine this ground risk class. And we need to have a special thank. So today I will not mention any names, but here really there was, this activity was led by Terry Martin. That's here. Thank you, Terry. So that led the development of this great effort. And you can see then the Annex F. I don't know how many of you saw the document. Annex F is a quite important document with a lot of formula, providing all the mathematics behind to explain why, I don't know, for 3-meter drone in 250 per kilometer, the ground risk class is, I don't know, 5, 6, I don't remember what is. So here you can find all the justification there. Now, we don't ask the operator to read this document because you are not normally, all the elements that you need are in the main body or Annex A, B, C, D, E, except Annex F. However, as I said to you before, if you want to do a further step, and in the main body, we have a summary, of all these elements, because we need to consider different configuration, can be fixed wing, rotary wing. So at the end, we have only one table that has some level of conservatism, because then it makes it easier. If you think instead that you have a special configuration and you want to demonstrate that in reality, the ground risk class applying the same model is reduced, you are welcome. So this is exactly in the way you should use, but you need to have some additional skill. So also here, the level of complexity depends on how much you want to save, how much you want to reduce the cost of the operation, and how much you want to show that you have good mitigation that are a little bit different from the normal mitigation that are defined in the other part of SORA. So I think that all of you already asked this question. If there is an increase of the initial ground risk class of 1 point between SORA 2.0 and SORA 2.5. Because sometimes it may happen that if you try to apply to the same operation, you can see that there is an additional increase of 1. But in reality, so as we said, there is an additional flexibility that we add. So the flexibility, what will be? You will see later in Annex B that the Annex B is more flexible. Today, in the way SORA 2.0 is written, you can use shelter only if I think you are a medium level of robustness. But in reality, it will be clearer here that mitigation means that you are reducing of 1 order of magnitude the population at risk. So you can propose whatever procedures you want, even shelter, and then demonstrate what is the real number of people at risk. And then, as I told you, there is also a possibility to calculate the actual critical area of the drone. And I want to give you an example here. This was developed by Sabca. It's a Belgium operator that are using the Edge Autonomy Penguin C MK1. I just want to show you here that without any kind of going into detail. So he opened the Annex F, identified the formal Annex F, identify what are all the elements that need to be considered in order to calculate the real value of the critical area. And he found that even if his drone is 3.3 meters, the actual critical area is 120 square meters. And you can see below that in Annex B clarifies that when you have a drone of 8 meters, the critical area that we consider is 1,350 square meters. For a 3-meter drone is only 135. Since his calculation is that his drone is in reality 120 square meter critical area, immediately he can claim that this operation will classify it in the column of the 3 meter. So this is another example of how you can add the further element of investigation in SORA to reduce the ground risk. And maybe this will be also an area where in the future we can try to have some automated function. We need also to see where the operator can just add the data and then immediately receive as the outcome the critical area. Something that maybe we will see in the future. At this moment, we don't know yet. But we will find a way to simplify as much as possible your life. Then, as I said to you before, we decide that the sites of the adjacent area should be identified now. Now that we are characterizing where we are operating, let's also now identify what is the sites. And SORA 2.0 today does not even tell what is the sites of the adjacent area. Finally, SORA 2.5 instead will clarify what is the sites. So you can see here, now we are talking only about the lateral dimension because the vertical will be part of the air risk. So today, now we step only the lateral dimension. So in general, is the range that your drone may fly in 3 minutes using the maximum cruise speed. 3 minutes because normally 3 minutes is an average time where maybe you have time to contact an emergency response, to alert. Maybe in 3 minutes, in the meantime, anyway, the drone will impact something and will crash. So we think that 3 minutes may be an appropriate number. However, if your drone is very slow, and then in 3 minutes only will fly 200 meters, for example, then depends. So depends how reliable is that your drone will not increase the speed, because you may have a function that will reduce the speed of your drone. The drone is not certified, so we don't know if this function is really working. So maybe in reality, you think that your drone will only fly at 3 meters per second, but in reality it's flying 100 meters per second. No, 100, maybe 20 meters per second. So we think it should never less than 5 kilometers anyway. But even then, you have a very fast drone, and you may cover a very large area, no more than 35 kilometers. So the adjacent area will be a value that will be between 5 and 35, and will be so the range that the drone will fly in 3 minutes. Okay, so this will be the size of your adjacent area. Okay, now there will be some maybe a period in Europe, also some part of the world, where there will be some authorization under SORA 2.0, others under SORA 2.5, one with quantitative description, the other with qualitative description of population density. So the new SORA 2.5 also includes this table that will help to reconcile the authorization given with the SORA 2.0 to 2.5, what is sparsely populated, what is populated, and what is assembly of people. So if we go back to the example, so we have this manual delivery drone, 2 meters, I remind, that want to fly from departure to arrival here. So since it's 2 meters, it's more than 1 meter, it will fit in the 3 meter column. So that is the area. That is the column I need to consider. Now, since now at the beginning, I want to fly also in the yellow circle where there is density of people, then BVLOS over assembly of people will fit in the gray area. So this means that I can only do that operation there if it's certified. So I need to find a different path and fly at least around, at least that area. This will be the first approximation. I need to fly around. Then if I fly around, then all the population is considered a populated area. I'm flying on the light green area. So population density of 3,000 people. So is an intrinsic GRC of 6. So instead, what about if I'm flying in do some operation doing with SORA 2.5? Is the new table, still 3 meters. I see that potentially, actually, I may do this operation even in the busy open shopping area, even if I'm starting from ground risk 9. And you may remind that ground risk 9 will be, if I don't mitigate, this will be anyway at the end outside of SORA. We'll see later. So it means that I need to have a very good mitigation to reduce the risk, and maybe I still need to have then a type certificate, so will be anyway. But we were thinking that this was still feasible. Difficult to do in the specific category, but why not? You may find some smart solution to do it. So anyway, I prefer to maybe to fly around. And now, since the population density is 3,000, it's a little bit more than 2,500. Yeah. I have an increase of 1, GRC 7, because of this 500. But we will see that later. So that in reality, there are some additional elements that we can consider later. So once that identify now the initial ground risk, the step 3 is to identify the final ground risk class. So this means that I can identify mitigation that will reduce the ground risk. So the probability that when the drone is crashing will hit a person. And the outcome will be that the identification of the mitigation, the identification of what are the requirements to meet this mitigation, and then identify the final ground risk class. Then all this information will fit the operation manual, because maybe one mitigation is that you have some good procedures to fly only in some areas, then will be written the operation manual. So I collect all the information and reference and add in the operation manual. So in SORA 2.0, there is this table. We have 3 types of mitigation. M1, strategic mitigation for ground risk. We'll see what does it mean. M2, reduce the energy in case of impact on ground. And then M3, an emergency response plan. Now, you see that one of the issues is that how an emergency response plan can reduce the population at risk. Emergency response plan, what is? Just to remind what we're talking about, is a document that all of you need to have, that in case there is an accident, you need to immediately call an emergency. So make sure that you call in Europe is 118, so the 118 is in Italy actually, is 112, is the ambulance, the police, 911 in the United States, or maybe you need to call immediately the tower to make sure that that people that has been already injured will have a quick help. But people are already injured, maybe people are already dead in case. So the emergency response plan is not actually fitting the purpose. There will be some special cases in which it may happen. Yeah, it may happen. But so it was decided maybe M3 is not exactly a mitigation for the ground risk class. So this is why we also already today we suggest that M3 should not be used as a mitigation for the ground risk class. But in general, so the approach behind is that each point of credit, the applicant should demonstrate that there is a reduction of order of magnitude in the population density at risk. This is the main concept behind. So let's see a bit more in detail what are the mitigations. So M1, to reduce the risk of people being struck, means that I may have a crash. I know that I am in an area with population density of maybe in the city, 3,000 people per square kilometer, but maybe I can reduce the people that are actual and at risk on ground. So then, depending on the weight of the drone, people may be protected by shelter. So if a small drone is flying now here, we don't care. Maybe if it's very large in the future, big drone, maybe it will be different. Or I may decide to conduct the operation in a different time of the day. So during, if I sit in the shopping area during day, yeah, it will be very crowded. But maybe during night there is no one. I can do the operation during night. So to find justification why there is a reduction in the population density. Or for example, I want to fly here in this area, and I want to go from A to B. You see in green is the flight geography, in light blue is the contingency volume, in red the ground risk buffer, and yellow is the 3-minute flight for the adjacent area, for example. So this is all the area to consider. So for my initial ground risk class, it's only up to the ground risk buffer. And I see that I fly over area where there are 300 something people per square kilometer. So it's quite high. For my operation, I want to reduce. Maybe I want to decide to change my path and make sure that I never fly directly over that area. Okay, this is how mitigation M1 would apply. And then I can show that I have a reduction on the population density that is 2 orders of magnitude. I go from 1,000 to 100 order of magnitude to 10 people per square kilometer, 2 orders of magnitude, for example. So, and I think that SORA 2.5 clarify a little bit better that you can propose whatever as long as you demonstrate what is the actual population density in the operational area. M2, technical mitigation, to reduce the energy in case of crash. Also here, we can have several options. One may be frangibility, so this will be valid only for drone up to some sites. So to demonstrate that the drone is built with some kind of design, maybe some kind of material that in case of crash with a person, then maybe we'll be take apart the drone, and most of the energy will be absorbed by the drone itself in the deformation, for example. Like today, most of our cars are developed. You know, the car will reduce their top. They are very large in front, so then in case of crash, their front part will reduce and will absorb some of the energy in case of crash. So you can use fungibility, demonstrating that your drone then will transfer an energy below the famous 80 joule that I showed you before. Or you can reduce the critical area. So even if you showed at the beginning maybe that the actual critical area of your drone, instead for the subcat drone, for example, instead of even if it was a 3.3 meter, could fit already in the 3 meter. This is the first step. This is not a mitigation. But in addition, you may add some other technical requirements. You may add a parachute. You may make sure that when you lose control of the drone automatically put a flight surface in a sort of stall configuration for fixed wing, such that then the rate of descent will be reduced. Maybe there will be the drone will go in a spiral. So, and then going in spiral will reduce for sure the critical area. So this is up to you to identify what you think that will fit better your drone. And EASA at this moment is working on an additional means of compliance for this element that will provide procedures on how to comply both with fungibility, both with the reduction of the critical area. You can even have a mix of the two. You can have that your drone, you're not able to reach the 80 joule, but you are reaching a higher number, but then together with a parachute, with a reduction of the critical area, you can still reach a value that will grant you 1 credit, 2 credits, depends on what you can develop. And in this means of compliance, we will also have examples on how you can quickly apply for heavy on your drone a parachute that may grant you one order of magnitude in the reduction of the energy at ground. So, what are the lessons learned in SORA in step 3? So first, we know that ground risk class was showing for M1 a number 4. So since number 4 means that you have a reduction of 4 points in the people at risk, so 4 order of magnitude, that is unrealistic. So then was removed. Then, as I told you, through emergency response plan is possible to reduce the number of people at risk only in very special cases. And then sometimes Annex B is not flexible enough. So this is the new ground risk table in SORA 2.5, where we see that now we have M1A is the same as before, strategic mitigation for ground risk. And we added the VLOS as another mitigation for ground risk. However, can only grant 1 point, cannot grant more. And then also we have M2 that we aligned with M1 that we can get up to 3 points of credit. And also here, so the level of robustness, as I said before, low means that you can show, you can just declare compliance. Medium that you need to have evidence to be complemented with your declaration. The commentator may check or not. High level of robustness means that you need to have a third-party verification. So for M1, third-party verification means an operational requirements is the competent authority of your national registration. For M2 is EASA. So for high level of robustness, we will ask for a design verification report. So let's see in our fictional example how we are applying the mitigation. So we start from, so it is from SORA 2.5. So how many persons are actually exposed at risk? Now, being the drone with a mass less than 25 kilos, so the shelter factor can be surely be used. Maybe tomorrow we can consider a bet. Today, SORA implied that 25 kilos is the threshold to use shelter, but it is something that we need to discuss. We will see. So shelter factor is not possible in the shopping area because there are people on the street. But in all other area, maybe you can demonstrate that that will be possible. So then how to use this shelter factor? For example, this is a map of your street. If you want to fly exactly over a street, then it is not the right way to have a shelter factor. So this is the red area here, because there may always be people on the street. If instead you fly parallel to the area, then means that in case of crash, most probably, even if you crash here, most probably you will hit a building anyway. So we are shaded by the building. So this is the way when you want to use a shelter factor, you should conduct your operation. Now, since we said that you are 3,000 people per square kilometer, so you start from number 7, even if 7 is up to 25 people per square kilometer. But here you need to demonstrate what is the actual number of people that is at risk. So considering the shelter factor, so how many people in reality may be hit on the street by you? Can be 1 order of magnitude, 2,500. This will be very easy because from 3,000 to 2,500, okay, will be very easy to demonstrate. But maybe I think that very easily you can reach 200 people, 250 people per square kilometer, maybe even 25 if really you are flying in an area that is a residential area during office opening time. So nobody is living where I'm living now. This moment we are all working in offices, for example. So you can here you have whatever flexibility to reduce to show what is the right amount of people at risk, and then gain the credit that is linked to that kind of amount of risk. So how this will then be just a graphical representation of the mitigation. So start from SORA 2.0. So SORA 2.0, we said that we were starting from BVLOS operation world area, 3 meters. So was a starting of 6. Then I apply a mitigation M1, and then I go to 5. Then apply mitigation M2, and I can go to I can demonstrate that the level of risk of maybe I have a parachute showing that with the parachute open, the real critical area when flying, when crashing on ground is equivalent to the 1 meter drop. So I can get the 1 credit. And so my final ground risk class may be 4. For SORA 2.5, so I start from 7 because I'm 500 people more than the threshold of 2,500 because I start from 3,000. But also here, I can then demonstrate what is the actual number. So easily I can demonstrate that there is no more than 250 people per square kilometer on the street where I'm flying. Maybe even more. I can even go to a 4. And then I can also here apply a mitigation with a parachute and get the additional credit and reach the number 4. We are approaching the break. Maybe before going to the ground risk, we may have a break. There was a question before. Maybe you want to ask the question now before we break? Yeah. Just a moment. Wait for the.
I wrote a note. In penalties, the goalkeeper is exposed. has 150 to 162. How many deaths we had in Qatar in 2022? And explain why about your year.
So I defer. So this discussion we already took place 4 years ago when we developed the regulation and we identified the threshold for the open categories. As I told you, we set the C1 threshold. If you see the regulation said, the C1 is of a drone that has an energy up to 80 joule on transfer to human body or 900 grams. So we may keep here, maybe we can stay a couple of hours to describe all the experimentation that was developed, especially in the United States, of loads crashing over dead body. And we have also an expert here that but at this moment, I don't think that this is the right place to discuss on that too. So. No, but so the image that I was showing was not the image coming from this experimentation. So we need to protect people. There is a different kind of structure of people. So there are people that are stronger, people that are less strong. Then you may be hit on the head, on the chest. So there is a all probabilistic assessment that was done 4 years ago. And it came out with the 80 joules. So I ask you to see the appendix to the MPA 2019 or 2019 that we published, part B. There is an appendix where it is explaining why the 80 joule is that. In reality, I think that I think that now going in detail what is how the number was developed. I think it's too technical to discuss it now. So, yeah, please.
Question about different mitigation systems where we are looking at what's happening below us. We are avoiding those areas when we're working in an area. Have there been any discussions? Because I can't find anything in the SORA about this, where it's not applicable. You understand?
No, can you?
Systems from the drone switching off the area, so the drone is not approaching the area where suddenly the person is approaching, and we're not supposed to fly there in that case, because we're working in an area doing harvesting, for example. You understand? So we have decided that it's very few people were in this area, and we have all types of mitigation. There are no mitigations from the drone actually not where the persons are coming in. You understand the question?
Maybe you're going to answer?
Yes, I understand the question and I like it very much. Thank you. I think if you compare this technology, I was not aware of this development actually, but if you compare it to the purpose of the VLOS mitigation that is now more exactly specified what I mean by that, what the VLOS specification means is basically it's a tactical avoidance of people that come into the area that were not expected. Now that you know that the people are there, you don't fly over them, but you do that visually by line of sight. Doing that by technology basically serves the same purpose. And I think I will take that piece as something that I've learned today and discuss it with the group. And maybe you want to comment on this, maybe do a comment on the VLOS mitigation, because basically what could be done, this is not a promise, but what could be done or could be discussed is could the current VLOS mitigation, the M1B, be adopted that it also allows these kind of technologies and are based on what requirements, how reliable these technologies have to be? That is a very interesting question. Thank you.
We have the e-VLOS as well, of course, but it's now up to the machine.
Yep.
Okay, so we take 2 more questions, then we break for coffee. Please.
Hi, Melanie, operating SWAN flights in Portugal. My question is about the weight, and if would be considered as a mitigation. In our case, our drone is 280 grams, and it's around 9 kilojoules. So the impact is very reduced. but we don't see clearly where we could use that in our favor as a mitigation proper.
So this was what we discussed as a M2. So technical mitigation. It means that M2 means that you need to demonstrate that the level of risk in case of impact with a person, the energy transferred is below a threshold to may injure the person. So if say that it's 280 grams, so, yeah, because as you saw in SORA, we are making a clear cut for all above 200, below 250 grams, but you are very close. I think it's then we need to have a threshold. So for simplicity, so weight is not the right, as I said before, weight is not exactly the right parameter we need to use. But weight is something simple to understand, simple to measure. So this is why we sometimes need to put some threshold, 250 grams, but then the 280 grams is not adding something more. So we need to, in that case, I think it should not be very complicated to demonstrate that.
It's really relevant for our operation. No fatality.
Yeah. Go to take a microphone.
So just say that we have been more general plans on mitigation means process, and we be able to publish it. So then we are also date for the workshop on the 27th of February. And the information through Stan and from his two operators. But I repeat it here. Date is the 22nd. If you're interested, you can participate.
Okay, so just on the WebEx, I see that there is a problem in hearing the questions. So apparently our microphone that are on the room doesn't work well on the WebEx. I don't know, we'll try to fix during the break if we can fix the problem. Okay, so there are several questions. One there. Okay. No, okay, but just there's a question there. Then I'll give to you, Terry. In
our company, we operate also these possibilities, which means that while taking risk in areas with high conditions, which means higher boundaries, also conditions are of environment. What I don't understand, what the case is social control and things to the infrastructure profile is that we need to take into account the maximum risk of the mission. One of the missions that ours that may spend 1 or 2 minutes with one public environments. I think that the average rounded risk class should be much lower, and unless it should be relatively reasonable to demonstrate that the technical safety is still respected. So please clarify this.
Can you,
I can try, and maybe Terry helps me about that. If you do this argument for your particular mission, this might be correct, but you're not the only one doing that, and all these only 1 minutes cumulatively pose a problem, right? That is one of the reasons, and I think since you have the next question, but could you add your 2 cents on this one, Terry? Because I don't remember exactly the right reasoning.
the mic, I think the mic is off.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question, so I can't answer it because of the same position. But like I can further explain that afterwards. Save some time. In regards to the question, all is not lost. It was embedded within in the friction conversation. So if someone wants to pursue it outside of the generic IGS, they can go and look at the coefficient, the relationship with mass and its impact does mitigation, but it does add actual critical area if you. Makes sense.
So actually, I think it's better if we can have a break. Then we can continue the answer, question and answer. But I think we all deserve a break after this very hot discussion.
You see the faces.
Now it's mute.
I'll check it on, make sure that's yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I hate to be interrupting your interesting side discussions. Nevertheless, I think I need to. We would like to make best use of our limited time. Would you kindly return to your seats, grab a fresh water or an apple or something, and then we'd like to continue. So maybe very briefly before we continue, as we have received a couple of questions, maybe we haven't been totally clear up front. Everything, the whole session is going to be recorded and will be made available on YouTube for later viewing and for reference. All the presentations that you see will also be put on the EASA website together with a link to the recorded session. So you have everything in one place afterwards. Don't name me down, please, as exactly when this will happen, but it will be shortly after the event. I'm very happy to observe that there is a good atmosphere, a constructive spirit here in the room. I encourage everyone to continue like this with mutual respect and appropriate tonality. We had to remove a couple of inappropriate comments from streams in chat forums. This apparently is a normal problem. We are dealing with this. We encourage constructive criticism and constructive points that are of common added value. Anything that is very specific, any specific points that you have and questions, I suggest that you spare them and then seek maybe during a break, either today or tomorrow, to resolve them in bilateral manner, unless of course they are of mutual interest. Then please feel free to come forward. Because of the lively interaction with you, notably in the last or after the last component on the ground risk, we have discussed within the team and decided that we should allow a bit more time to make use of all of you being here in order to address as many questions as we can. So we'd like to continue giving you a bit more space in order to raise your questions. Again, to the extent that we can address them, we'll do so immediately. Anything that cannot immediately be responded to, anyway, will be collected and will be addressed later on. And the floor is back to Lino, who I hope will have after in the evening still a bit of remaining breath. One more thing. We've also learned that our dear participants who are connected remotely have experienced apparently some audio issues. We apologize for that. We're trying to resolve that. We need to be mindful also for all the speakers. We need to be pretty close to the microphone apparently. Otherwise, there's some background noises, not here in the room, but in the stream. And for anyone who's taking the microphone, and that is also for our charming ladies who are handing over the microphones. When the mics are open, it seems that there's background noise from the room, which makes the conversation illegible. So switch on the mic when you speak, switch it off when you don't speak, so that only then we have a clear idea. Okay, back to you, Lino.
Okay. So you can also check question on Slido. So how can it be SORA 2.5 fully compatible with SORA 2.0 if the sale level increases up to 2 levels for the same type of operator? For example, operation in populated environment with drone less than 3 meters as a GRC 6 in SORA 2.0, while 2.5 is equivalent to less than 20 people per square kilometer.
Quick answer, it's not supposed to, but in this particular example, it partially is supposed to. Let me explain what I mean. The example that was picked here with the apparent difference of 2 in GRC is based on a new line of the GRC table, the excess 25,000 people per square kilometer number. This was a new line that was added to the SORA because there are places in the world where you have such high population density, and our ground truth models that has been being published in NXF have shown that for these incredibly high population densities, you might want to add another GRC point. But in reality, we are in Europe here. Some of you come from out of Europe, but the amount of places that we have on this planet that exceed 25,000 people per square kilometer is not that many. And maybe if you want to actually fly BVLOS over Hong Kong, and I've lost a 2-year-old at a night market in Hong Kong once. It is crowded, trust me. If you think about these kind of mega cities, and they're the densest population centers, it makes sense to increase the GRC. But for all our average cities, all our normal cities that we have in Europe, this is not a factor. So the example would be you compare a 6 to a 7, not a 6 to an 8, to be a fair comparison. And then what Natale tried to point out, or he did not try, he did point it out, I'm going to re-emphasize is we have changed the structure of the M1 mitigation. It serves a similar purpose, but it's not the same anymore. It's not an updated version. We've changed the logic because the old M1 had to be used to explore the middle lines, like something like the low populated but low part of populated, or the very low, very sparsely populated areas. Because there's jumps of 2 in the old GRC table if you disregard the VLOS lines. Now that VLOS has been taken separately, we have additional lines, intermediate steps there. Since you have intermediate steps, there's no need to use M1 for this purpose anymore. But what was also not ideal in SORA 2 is there was a possibility for shelter, but it was very limited with a high level of evidence that needed to be available. And that is also a correction we made. We made it easy to take credit of shelter because the sheltering factor's idea is that 90% of people are inside. Looking around, it happens to be true in this area of Cologne because all of us are sitting inside pretty much all of the day. If we had the meeting outside, right, that would be different, but then we don't. Probably it's too cold outside. My point being, if you look at the new mitigations available and what kind of evidence you need to supply with them, in 99% of cases, you will end up with the same GRC and the same sale. If this is not the case, for whatever reason, because I am not seeing something, or my colleagues are not seeing something, that is what the consultation is for. Then identify those issues, pinpoint it, look, but in this particular constellation, you cannot get to the same sale, and that is unfair, because it was never our intention to raise the sales for everyone. I hope that explanation makes some sense.
Thank you. Next question. Is there a simpler method being worked on to allow experimental test flights? Yeah. So Roberto this morning showed you that we have a predefined risk assessment for drone up to 8 meters, how to allow operation in the area that are suitable. But in addition, we are now working with all member states to identify some special areas, test center. For example, here in Germany, the ELR has a test center in Cockstedt that is dedicated to test of drones, where we may limit the ground risk. Even if you saw that this moment SORA with a large drone, if you are flying in controlled ground area, you start from a ground risk class that is quite high, that it may fit in SAIL 3 or SAIL 4, and is then being in controlled ground area, you cannot reduce more because controlled ground area means that the population at risk is already no one, is already very limited. So you cannot reduce further. But we were considering that when you are operating in this special environment, then the ground risk class can be reduced and you can do any kind of experimentation, even with a large drone with different requirements that then will be based on what are the procedures that are in that area.
I'd like to add one thing. You have to be right, there are possibilities to do these kind of simplifications. However, when SORA was developed, research and development test flights were part of the agenda. So it has always been designed to allow these as well. But there's some confusion. I've had a panel discussion last year where I was invited, where we spoke about this. Can you use the SORA for experimental flying? There was a common thing that I was asked, no, this is too cumbersome. It takes many, many weeks for an application to be processed. And I cannot wait for weeks if we want to do a flight experiment. Well, I understand that, but what is the SORA being used for an operational authorization? What is that? It's the authorization of an operator. An operator is usually a company, right? So what we focus on, especially for the low SAIL 1 and 2, is that the operator, the organization, is consistent and knows what it's doing. Now, the question is, when you are a company that knows what it's doing, why would you apply to do a test flight 2 weeks before your test flight? Because the qualification is for you as an operator that you can operate in a controlled ground environment and you can do safe test flights. So since it probably took you several weeks or months to build your drone that you want to test eventually, you could basically, from the right beginning, start qualifying your organization that you're ready, because the size of the drone has some impact, but there are no drone technical requirements. If some people disagree with me, that's good, but there are no technical requirements for SAIL 2 drone. What is not more, is there anything better for a research application for test flights if that you have no technical requirements on the actual drone, only on the operators and personnel? I know there are things that could still be improved, but in general, you don't apply the SORA for single test flights. At least that's not the plan. But if you're an organization that wants to do test flying, you apply for it once and then just do some upgrades or updates to your location if you change locations. But if location type is the same, this shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you. Appendix H is not part of SORA 2.5 external consultation. It's something that we need to fix, Jörg, because this was published for external consultation 1 year ago, 2 years ago on the Jarus website, and now is not listed, I think, anymore. Maybe you know where it is?
It's not ready yet, and it will be ready. And I could ask the acting task force lead who's in the room right on the spot here right now, when are you going to be ready? But I'm not going to do that. It's something that, because the task force lead for the Annex H is also new in his job, and he just had the first meeting yesterday. And he still didn't completely report to me what the result of that meeting was, so I'm not going to put him on the spot right now. But we're working on it. It's not forgotten. But there was a change of leadership because this particular document was led by Jared Lara of the Federal Aviation Administration in the US. He got promoted to a new job, so he could no longer do that, and we have to look for a replacement for him, and that's why there's a slight delay.
We should not promote people. Okay. Then, how do state-operated vehicles such as police emergency service fit in the SORA workflow? That's a good question. You know that, so I told you before that there is a regulation that defines how the aviation system is organized in Europe. So there is some competence that is given to Europe and some competence that remain to the member state. So Europe, through then conducted to EASA, is responsible only for civil operation. Then all military and state operation. So state operation, we mean that it's an operation that is conducted for the security of the state, like for example, a police, emergency service. They remain under the responsibility of the member states. And so all what we said here is not applicable. However, there is the possibility for each state to decide to apply procedure that we call opt-in, where the member states may say that for one particular service, for example, only for emergency situation, only for drones, or both for drones and for helicopter, whatever, they want to apply the European system they can make under this regulation. And this already happened in a couple of states in Europe. Then we see that instead other states, they prefer to keep at the national level, but they developed a national regulation applicable to this kind of operation that is mirroring the procedures that we have here in 945 and 947, and is applicable also to their state operation in Europe. And however, then the third possibility would be that this operator may apply the SORA and so maybe have some kind of recognition of under the civil world, but then when to do an operation that is labeled as the state operation, they can deviate because then they are different reasons to deviate. But in general, so this kind of operation are not required to comply with our regulation. They are not civil operation. How to calculate proof compliance with the M1 mitigation at the medium level, criterion 1, please give a practical example. Please.
Practical example, in the SORA 2.5, use the shelter mitigation. On top of that, use a reduction by, for instance, time of the day. Fly in an area that has a, I don't know, population density of X, gives you this column, but at night there's almost no people around, and the people that are around are still sheltered. Those two combined, -2. That's a practical example. There are more that are possible, of course. Keep in mind that you start out with a static map, right? The static population density is what's being used in the GRC table. But real-life population densities are not really that static. They're dynamic. And the dynamic factor can be used in the M1. That's one example, but there are more examples that are possible. I hope that answers the question.
This is also in line with the next question. That so still they believe that there is an increase of GRC.
Again, I think the same question we had just a minute ago. It's not supposed to. The way we are doing, we are dealing with this difference that the gentleman noted, is that we use the easier M1 shelter mitigation now. Now, you might find this process cumbersome, or you might find it, oh, this is a great idea to do it this way. Whatever it is, it has been a very active discussion inside Jarus. The compromise that we have reached in the group is that you have slightly higher values in the GRC, but now you basically are more encouraged to use the shelter function. In the end, you should get to the same GRC scores for similar situations than before. But again, if you don't like this process that we designed it this way, because this is a difference from SORA 2 and the way you apply the SORA, please comment. And if you like it, please comment as well, because it is a hot debate. But this was the current outcome that all the Jarus nations that are active in Workgroup SRM put together. And that's why we're doing the consultation, right? I mean, we changed something and now we're consulting you.
And this is also the same answer that I will give to the next question. If the SORA authorization given under SORA 2.0 will be modified using SORA 2.5 is applied. So at this moment, we still don't know what will be the final setting in SORA 2.5 because it's under consultation. You may drive some changes that one go in one direction, other direction, we will see. But in general, the idea was that all the procedures that you already develop under SORA 2.0 should already be valid under SORA 2.5. Now, 2.0, you are, for example, approved to operate in a sparsely weighted area. So this may immediately be translated into 150 people per square kilometer, as I showed before, or other value that we will agree after the consultation. So this means that you should already be able to directly use the same authorization with this number. What might change, we will see later, is the containment, and in some cases, maybe some reduction in the requirements of containment. So maybe this means that the operator may be more beneficial to ask to have an update to the SORA, to the authorization SORA 2.0. So the same will apply also for the PD arrays. So at the moment, so when we will have SORA 2.5, we are going to review all the PD array and we will see if there is any update that we need to do to the PD array. I guess that at least for containment, and again, we will do an update. But it depends on what will be the final setting of SORA 2.5. So M1 mitigation is a useless record, level of assurance criterion 2 page, okay, because it's unrealistic to meet due to protection of personal data and is impossible to obtain such data. It's very expensive. Now I don't remember by heart the page 79 of the
yeah, but that's easy access rule, so it's SORA 2.
Yeah, no, it's easy access rule SORA 2.
2.5 workshop.
So I hope that we don't have any more dispute SORA 2.5.
Let me put it this way, there was a reason why we changed M1.
Yeah, there was another reason.
More than one reason, yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, at this moment we don't have elements to give additional information, but and the way it's written, for me, it doesn't look like it is applicable to SORA 2.5, and hopefully, if there is this issue today, we may have fixed it. Okay, let's maybe, is there any question from the floor here?
Hello. Question for that same is car, bus, or train are those selling?
We are ready to publish a guideline in the next weeks on our website on how to operate in the open category over moving vehicles. So there are some guidelines that will tell in which condition you may consider it to overfly in the open category. Now, the same concept may be then transposed to the specific category. The problem is that in specific category, you have so many different varieties, so it's a little bit more difficult to give guidance that are applicable to all. But there you may see that in some condition, you can consider they are sheltered, in other condition, no. So there is another question over there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because still they don't hear from the. So the question was on if flying over a vehicle is considered. So if a vehicle is considered a shelter for people that are on ground. So this means it depends on the size of the drone and on some conditions that will be detailed in a few weeks.
Hello. My name is Weber Dimitor. I just wanted to comment on one of the questions before where it said M1 is useless because the data is not available, and if it would be available, it's too expensive. That is not correct. And the reason why I know that is because we provide such data and we help telecom organizations around the world to provide such data. So that is available that we can probably discuss offline or at lunch, but that is one of the things that is changing. And I'm also globally responsible for interfaces from telecom organizations to standardize that and also make it certifiable to make such data available exactly for the purpose of risk mitigation on the ground. This is happening, it's there. That was probably the case 5 or 10 years ago, but no more.
Thank you. So just maybe summarize. I don't know if it was heard on the WebEx. So there was a confirmation that the data on population density are already available, and there is also, as I said before, we have a project to standardize and make sure that there will be a minimum level of service that will be provided. But today, this data are already available, and there are several companies, including mobile telephone company, but I understand that not only, also other companies, they already have this data. Please.
Hello, this is Mukit from Simplification Operator of Organization. I'm a little afraid because I'm not very sure whether my question is going to improve my question is there any designated route designed for a specific operation or unit cost, considering the population density and expanding?
The last part.
I think you need to repeat the question or explain it slightly differently because I did not fully understand it.
Okay. For specific population or for the drone, here the kind of sound.
Yeah.
If the drone was to move one place to another, would we develop any route to go for the drone from one place to another, any designated route, considering the population density and other risk factors?
So as you are talking as an authority, or as an operator? As an authority. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So the question was there is an operator that one needs to go from point A to point B, and the question if the authority may identify some designated route in order to reduce the risk. In reality, the question was only for the ground risk, population density, but I guess that this will be also useful for the air risk. So I think that definitely yes. So geographical zones? No, yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I think maybe, but in general, I think that we were also considering for the certified category, for example, to start to identify, to authorize only operations that are conducted in corridors in order to reduce air risk and ground risk. So this will be a methodology. Now here, regarding the ground risk, if we have the service providing the population density, and this is service that is acceptable, then maybe from a ground risk is not essential. I see more useful from an air risk point of view. So to identify this kind of routes where you know, and the authority knows better than the operator, where there is a higher probability of encounter a manned aircraft and where instead this operation may be conducted safely. But in general, I think it's, you can identify this kind of mitigations. Yep. So then Antonio and then Costas. And then we restart. Yeah, can you speak from here, Antonio? Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that in case you have, this is at least my understanding, you want to go from this point to that point on a corridor.
I know since we're Italian,
So that corridor become, if you are sure that you are always going to use that corridor, then that corridor is going to become your operational volume, your geographical area and your operational volume. If you are sure that you will not use anything outside. This is my simple answer to the
So
question.
the question was from the authority perspective. So the authority may identify that whoever is flying in that corridor, then the risk is assessed already. Is already they already can say that there is a reduction there, even if you have 2, 3, 4 points of reduction, whatever, but is verified, accepted, and approved by the authority. And maybe they will identify some condition. If you find this condition, you can directly claim that reduction. Why not? Cost.
Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority has already designated the first drone corridor, which is the geographical area of their populated area in Athens. And this taken into consideration for mostly for areas works very fine.
Okay, thank you. So the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority confirmed that there is already a corridor identified in an area in Greece that is identifying a reduction, especially in the air risk. So now it's 5 past 4. So we have I think time until 5:30 today. So I think that's we would like to continue the discussion now to go to the air risk. Since I think it is very nice to have this lively discussion. So we will continue to answer the question. Maybe even if today we will not be able to complete the discussion on SORA, or we want to assign additional time to question, to the program for tomorrow, maybe we can shorten a little bit. So we can save more time, and tomorrow morning we can restart with whatever we left for SORA if we are not able to complete today, or we can start with question and answer on SORA maybe for the first hour, and then we will continue with the program, still keeping the goal to complete everything by 1300. Yeah. 1300 for tomorrow. Okay. So let's go back. So we were here at the determination of the final ground risk. I think it's now we hope that it's a little bit clearer how to identify the final ground risk class. We need to move to the air risk. Now, yeah, air risk. We know that there are still some challenges. And as said before, at this moment, SORA 2.5 is not solving these challenges. I'm sure that there will be a lot of discussion, and I'm not sure that we will be able to give answer to everything. It's something that we are trying to learn all together with the authority. But now we'll give you some indication on how to, what are the best practice and how to understand the way SORA is structured. So there are 3 steps. The step 4, 5, and 6. The first step, so you see that there is no change compared to SORA 2.5 and SORA 2.0, so it's the same. So the first step is to identify what is the initial air risk class that we call ARC. So, and this means that we need to identify what is the probability of encounter another manned aircraft. If you are close to an airport, it's very high. If you are over the ocean, very low level, maybe it's lower. This is very simple. Then just have first an overview. One is to identify what is the probability of encounter another manned aircraft in the area where you want to operate. Then you can identify some strategical mitigation. So how can you reduce, even you are still flying in the same area, you don't want to change the area because that's where you want to do the operation. But how you can reduce the probability of encountering manned aircraft? This is what we call strategic mitigation. So to reduce the probability that you encounter aircraft is strategic. And this then you identify what is the final air risk class. Once that you know the probability of encounter an aircraft, then you go to step 6 that you identify the TMPR, that are the tactical mitigation performance requirements. That are procedures and technical requirement, training that will provide evidence to the authority that in case you encounter an aircraft, then you are able to separate safely. So then more frequent is the possibility. So more frequent you will encounter aircraft, a better procedures, better performance you will have on your drone. So this is in general. So these are the 3 steps. Let's see a little bit more in detail. So all of them. We start from step 4. So you need to identify what is the initial air risk class of the area where I'm operating. So the air risk class, the outcome will be that at the end you will identify what is the probability of encounter. So, and you will then document all this information as usual in the operation manual and in the summary of your risk assessment. So SORA identify 4 air risk classes, and you call A, B, C, D. From A, that where the possibility to encounter another aircraft is negligible. We'll see what does it mean. B, low. C, medium. D, high. So here also we have terms that are very qualitative. We plan in the next version, SORA 3.0, to also here provide some quantitative methodology. There are some challenges because while to identify population density data, people on ground, I think we have several tools. Here, there are some data that are gathered in a different way. So I think it will be very difficult to have an approach that will be valid worldwide. Maybe even if an approach that will be valid here in Europe will be some challenges. So this is something that we need to discuss. So at this moment, we keep the 4 qualitative assessment. How I can identify, so what is the arc here is class of my area? I use the flowchart that is published in SORA. So first, I am in what we call a typical airspace, and we will see next slide the meaning of a typical airspace, so an area where in reality there is no one. So that is easy. I will show you what it means. And finally, SORA 2.5 will have a definition because SORA 2.0 doesn't define. 2.5 instead, there is a definition. We'll see later. But this is simple. I'm not encountering anyone. No risk from is the equivalent of the control ground area in the ground risk. Then, so the assessment depends. We start from the height where you fly. We know that normally the majority of aircraft in manned aviation fly between 500 feet, 120 meters, and 60,000 feet, 18 kilometers. We still have some operation above 60,000 feet, but mostly are big drones, military drones. So at this moment it's very limited, the number of flight there. So we can say if you are flying above that level, you are in low risk Arc B, but I don't think that any of you is today flying or intend to fly there. Then if instead you are flying above 500 feet, let's see where you are flying. Are you flying in an airport environment? So close to Charles de Gaulle? Okay, so then what kind of airspace you have? So if you are in Charles de Gaulle, then is Arc D. If you are in the small airport, regional airport somewhere, maybe then the risk is lower, is Arc C. So flying to a busy airport is always highest risk. For sure you encounter a manned aircraft. If you fly in a lower busy airport, maybe then is Arc C. Then there are some additional elements you can see in controlled airspace, mode C. So then if you are not in close to an airport, but still you are in controlled airspace, then it's still Arc D. So for example, you are in airways where there is a large number of aircraft that are flying, or if you are flying in uncontrolled airspace. So just for those that are not familiar with this term controlled, uncontrolled, Controlled airspace are portion of the airspace where there is an entity in charge of managing the traffic. So everybody is under control from the traffic management center. And there are only aircraft that are some kind of special equipment on board, like a DSB, some that will provide their information. There is a coordination between the pilot and the traffic management system. So this is controlled. Uncontrolled are all the area where everybody can fly and don't need to inform anyone. So typically in rural, so if you are in the countryside, not close to airport, that is an uncontrolled airspace, and I can go with my Cessna to fly there and have fun without having a close coordination with the town. So if you are in controlled airspace, it means that it's an area where there is larger traffic, is ARC-D. If instead you are in uncontrolled airspace. Now, if you are over urban area, I may be or in a city, so still far from an airport, but I am over a city. So, and the area is uncontrolled. There is no traffic management system. In the city, there may still be other traffic, like emergency rescue, like maybe sometimes there are some events and there is the police that is patrolling, or there is some TV media that want to do some kind of activity. So the reason why urban area plays a role here, because if I'm flying in the countryside in uncontrolled airspace, the probability of encounter someone is not very high. But if instead I'm flying in over urban area, then there are these are different risks. So at the end, identifying the initial arc is not very complicated. You just go through this chart and you see if you are in arc A, arc B, arc C, arc D. So, and behind, this is the thought. When you are flying below 120 meters, below 500 feet, it's even a bit less probable to encounter another aircraft, because at least in Europe, all manned aircraft to operate below 120 meters, they need to have a special authorization unless they are taking off or landing so close to an airport. So we assume that most of all of the manned aircraft are complying with the rules, so they never go below 120 meters, even if it's not always the case. So, but we can have some credit. This is why we can reach up to arc B below 500 meters. And you can remind that also in the open category, we set the limit of 120 meters because of this reason. So what is the probability of encountering manned aircraft? So as I said before, arc D, proximity to an airport, I may have a high probability. Then arc C is urban area. I may have a medium encounter rate. I just give you an example. What may happen in close to in urban area. Then rural area. Now rural area, it's a very large area, so then maybe the concentration of aircraft will be lower. But in reality, there are several actors that fly in rural areas. I have parachuters, I have small aircraft, I may have glider, balloons, even if here emergency rescue, and sometimes also very dangerous, a very low level flight for metering. So this picture was taken by a drone that suddenly found a Rafale, I think it's a Rafale, flying below. Unexpected, it was very fast, as you can imagine, so the pilot. So now, rural area also there is not always very, also level of risk can vary, depends where you are operating. And also here that we have then in different part of the Europe, but also within the same state, we can have area where normally it's very famous for paraglider to be there. So you can find a lot of operations at the lower level. So you need to consider all of this. So is that area normally used for doing some kind of leisure flight? Then maybe then you can have a higher probability of encounter aircraft. So this is how to have the first assessment of the air risk class. We told about the atypical airspace. So atypical airspace means that the probability of encounter another aircraft is very low. So the main way to reduce this probability is to have a temporary segregated volume. So what is this one? In the aviation rule, there is a procedure that is used where the entity, the authority in charge of the airspace, identify areas where all flights are prohibited. For example, sometimes it happens that there is a military exercise, so it's very dangerous area, and you want to close the area to make sure that there is no civil aircraft entering there, so you protect the area. We may have some area that are dedicated only to operation of drones, and I think that now you are all familiar because most of operations in Europe are conducted using this temporary segregated area. Now, can be also sometimes a little bit more complicated because so having an area segregated only for you depends where you are asking. In some cases, the authority may not be happy to give to you, and it's not a so easy process, but is the safest. So the one that I think we think at this moment, until we don't have good procedures, good detect and avoid, could be used. Another possibility is to consider that if you are flying at very, very low level, 30 meters, then who is flying at 30 meters? If you are very far from airport or the other airstrip where there is some landing area. So also this one may be considered an atypical airspace where the risk is low, but we need to always keep this distance. The last, maybe also actually more effective than the flying very low level, is to fly close to an obstacle. For sure, if I am with my aircraft, I don't want to go closer to an obstacle because then it will be very dangerous for me with my manned aircraft. So every flight that are up to 15 meters from the obstacle can be considered, I mean, drone flight can be considered having a low encounter rate because the no manned aircraft will go there. And this is the concept behind PDRA G03, where was dedicated to linear inspection of power line, train line, that will always be kept very close to the line to be inspected. So in this way, we can allow long flight, BVLOS flight, with a reduction in the air risk class. Okay, and SORA 2.5 now will provide this definition in the Annex I, in the glossary. Then, so we said that we need to identify what is the class of the area of operation. So as we did at the beginning, we already identify what is the level of risk of the ground risk of the operational area, the ground risk class of the operational area. But at this step, we in SORA 2.5, as I told you, we decided that we should already identify at least what is the size of the adjacent volume. So, and today in SORA 2.0, we don't have an indication on how big will be this area. SORA 2.5 will provide this guidance, and the picture is coming exactly from SORA 2.5. So we even think that in the future, you may have an operational volume that is either starting from ground, or maybe your operational volume is also have a lower limit when you will have a long flight at medium level. I don't know, you are flying at 10 kilometers, so maybe you may have also a lower level of the adjacent volume. So the size of the adjacent volume, so lower level of the operational volume, sorry. The operational volume can be reduced also on the lower side. So the adjacent volume will be, so here we're not talking about only vertical because the lateral was already in the ground risk class. So on the top is also here, what is the altitude that you are going to gain in 3 minutes of flight. So in the same, using the same approach that we had for the lateral. So how much you can fly lateral 3 minutes, how much you can climb in 3 minutes using your climb rate. But however, should never less than 500 meters. So the adjacent area is at least 500 meters. If your climb rate is very low, if your climb rate is higher, then will be whatever is your climb rate. On top, on the ground will be until ground, because you may lose your engine, you may have a technical failure, and then you will hit ground. So the adjacent area on the lower part is up to ground. Okay, so this is the extent of the adjacent area. So no less than 500 meters. Remember this number, no less than 500 meters. So let's go back to our fictional example. I'm flying in an area where it's a small city. The city doesn't have any airport. So I'm flying in uncontrolled airspace, but still over urban area. So I'm in initial arc C. Okay, my initial arc is C. Okay, now that I identified what is the probability of encounter aircraft, then I identify how we can reduce this encounter rate. I apply the strategic mitigation. So, am I flying really in an area where this higher encounter rate? Then there is we have an annex C that provides information on how we can reduce this. How can you better assess the probability of encounter aircraft? And then the outcome of this step will be to identify the final initial air risk. So we said that we can have strategic and tactical mitigation. So first the strategic. So step 5 is for the strategic. So maybe you can limit your operation in a portion of airspace or during time when the probability of encounter rate is lower. So it means that in reality, I'm flying close to an airport, but the airport during night is closed. If I do the operation over during night, my risk go down. Or I'm flying close to an airport, but I can demonstrate that I'm very far from the runway. I'm not in line with the runway, so and I'm flying at a very low level. So I can show that in that portion of the airspace, the probability of encounter is reduced. So then we need to demonstrate how this can be. So what is the actual probability in your portion and during your time of the operation of encountering another aircraft? And this will provide the determination of the residual risk. Today, we still have some harmonization issue among member states. Firstly, because there are different approaches in what is the structure of airspace. There are also very important that there is different usage of especially general aviation flight. If you go here in Germany, it's very popular to fly with small aircraft. So there are some part of Europe where even in over rural area, you can encounter quite frequently another aircraft, a small man aircraft. Other part of Europe is where instead is not so popular. So this is something that we still need to find an harmonization to identify how we can have an assessment. So once that you identify then your final so we call residual air risk class, then you need to apply the tactical mitigation. So this means that you need to have procedures and training that are good enough to enable the remote pilot to decide how to separate from the other aircraft. So for example, you always tell them that you always climb, go down, for example. So it depends on where you are flying and what will be the safest way. Latency of the command and control link are sufficient and proper to command the aircraft. So I command a procedures to avoid an aircraft. Then if there is a latency of a number of seconds on my screen and I only know this information very late, Then, depending on what is the level of risk of the area, this may be acceptable or not. So you will see that depending on the arc, there are different values for all these 4 elements that for which you need to comply with. The drone performance are good enough to execute the separation procedures. For example, if my procedure is to turn, do you have a turn rate that is compatible with the level of risk that is there? So in the Annex D, you will find also minimum turn rate, minimum climb rate that the drone needs to have. And then you are able to understand the effectiveness of the action taken through a feedback loop to make sure that at the end you perform correct separation. So these are called TMPR, and you will find in the Annex C 5 TMPR. It is called detect, decide, command, execute, and feedback loop. So this means that then you need to comply with the requirements that are written in the Annex D, depending for your arc. So for example, for the initial arc, for a residual arc A, TMPR is not required. For the residual arc B, you need to comply with low level of robustness, C, medium, and D, with high level of robustness. Okay. Then let's go back to our example. So I started with my initial arc C. How I can reduce my residual arc? The easiest, not, but the most effective way will be to ask for a temporary segregated area. So I contact the agency in charge of the airspace, and they close the airspace for the time of my operation. And this will automatically fit the operation in RK. Maybe I can conduct the operation during night when I may expect that there will be no television, maybe no aircraft doing some kind of movies or whatever. So the traffic could be lower, and I can demonstrate. Then it's an arc B. I may use aerial observer to scan the sky. It's also something that is very common. We have several PGRA using this visual observer. I may conduct the operation in VLOS. So this is something that was added now in SORA 2.5, a clarification. It's not that it was not possible in SORA 2.0, it was just that it was not very evident. So if the operation is conducted in VLOS, considering that then VLOS, the duration of the flight will be quite reduced, you may provide some evidence to the competent authority to claim a reduction of 1 arc class. And then, so what we need to do is you can show to contact the aviation authority and traffic service provider to have the actual data on the traffic density. And maybe then you can show that in reality on this city, the traffic density, even if we start from an arc C, but the traffic density that is demonstrated historically is very low. So when tomorrow we will have a detect and avoid system that is acceptable, means that will be then certifiable by EASA with some standard developed by company. We already have several standards, but at this moment we don't have one that has been proved to be acceptable. Then in that case, the situation will change because with an approved detect and avoid and proper procedures, we may enable operation also in the area with high risk.
Sorry, Lino, for hijacking. And hello, this is a new voice again. I want to make a pulse check with you quickly. Are you still alive and kicking? Or is anyone in favor of a short break, maybe? Because we have 1 more hour to go, and it is in that pace. I'm having my concerns if you sustain that additional hour. I think here, before we go to briefly what is U-Space, the next slide, we could make a very short break, although this is not in our agenda. Can we agree on 10 minutes sharp and be back we will continue in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll continue at it's 4:30 at 4:40. This month. Okay, so want to try to reconvene? I ask everybody to take a seat. An announcement for those that are connected on WebEx. So we understand that still there is some audio issues on WebEx, especially when the sound is coming from the room. But apparently there is no issue if you are connected on YouTube. So we suggest all people that are connected on WebEx to disconnect from WebEx and connect on the YouTube. If you go on the EASA page announcing the event, you can find the link for YouTube. Okay. So I will finish the Iris class with additional slides. Then I will ask Jörg to intervene to provide a summary, also maybe another point of view on the Iris class. That's we know that sometimes is considered the most complicated for the operators on how to fulfill and to understand what is the real level of risk of the operation. But let's just have a couple of slides to introduce that. You know that we published last year a regulation on the use space, and the use space became applicable in January. So the use space in Europe is the equivalent of UTM, Unmanned Traffic Management, that is in the United States in FAA, and is the way it's a portion of the airspace where there are some service that has been provided in order to manage the traffic of especially drones, but of all the actors, so manned aircraft and unmanned aircraft that are in that portion of airspace. So it's a way to mitigate the air risk. We just published at the end of last year the MCAGM, so the Acceptance of Compliance and Guidance Material on the use space, and it is required that the competent authority needs to do an airspace risk assessment to identify how to manage the use space. But the recommendation is that when a use space is identified, then that area should be classified as an ARC-B. So whoever is flying in that area is an ARC-B. Today, we are not going in detail on what is the content on the use space. So here will require a completely different workshop, and you know that we already had some. So at this moment, I just want to tell you that when there will be use space deployed in Europe, this use space may classify immediately all the operations as ARC-B. However, they will require that will be some equipment on board of drone. For example, for sure, all drones and all other also aircraft flying in the area needs to be, what we call e-conspicuity, so electronic conspicuity, so should be broadcast information regarding their position. For example, the network remote identification for drones will be one way to provide this information. So in addition, there will be other services like a geo-awareness, traffic information, but the message that the use space will be should be classified as ARC-B, and we already saw that in the slide we had several questions on this part, so is an ARC-B. So to finish my air risk, going back to our example, depending on the final air risk class, now we need to demonstrate compliance with the tactical mitigation performance requirements with the level of robustness that is defined with the residual air risk class. So before we move to the next step, so maybe Jörg, I'll leave you the floor.
Yes, I'm trying to do a very small summary and also give you some background context. When you read the SORA for the first time and you get to Annex C, it might be that you feel a little bit weird because, you know, it's written in a very interesting, unique way. Historically, when the ARIS parts of the SORA, the ARIS model was created when we were working closely together, truly in a global fashion. And the ARIS model was mainly written by the Europeans and the Americans. So it had to fit both the European environment and a typical American environment. Now, what's an urban area in the United States or Canada? It's big, flat terrain full of houses everywhere, and cars everywhere. More importantly, freeways everywhere, rescue helicopters everywhere because of long distances, right? Police helicopters everywhere. Why police helicopters? Because of the car chases, of course, right? And the other thing that we also see in a typical urban area in America are news helicopters. And when you have a car chase, there's police helicopters and news helicopters, you know, because of the same, you know, and when the crash happens, the rescue helicopter comes. On a more serious note, in order to make this compatible, the SORA ARIS model is quite dumb. I'm not saying that with pride, it was just a compromise basically at the day. So it can only know it's either rural area out of nowhere below 500 feet, usually with some TMPR low measures, you're good to go. But as soon as you enter an urban area, you're considered to be in Las Vegas. That is the logic of the ARIS model. Now, the city that is on this little toy example here is certainly not Las Vegas, and it does not have the same news helicopter density that Las Vegas has. So it's not really fitting very well. What do we today do? There's no Sail 4 drones. There's no approved system for TMPR medium. There's no Sail 6 drones. There's no approved TMPR high system. So all operations specific category today need to happen in residual ARC-B. And the big problem is, when do you get into a situation when you cannot get out of ARC-C? That is when you are in an urban area and the traffic density is not high enough for a use space to mitigate it down because there's not enough traffic for a use space. And the only way to mitigate it down then is to use the strategic mitigation, where you do an airspace assessment of that particular urban airspace and come to the conclusion that has the same traffic or the same traffic density as any rural area in the vicinity. So it shouldn't matter. It should be ARC-B. So whenever you do a risk assessment for does this city need a use space, yes or no, whenever the answer is no, automatically that state, the responsible state, should reduce the errors to ARC-B, which makes it flyable in most situations. But this is still a challenge of harmonization and so on. And the other thing I'd like to point out is this ARIS model, SORA 2.0, was published in 2019, which means it was developed and fixed after consultation in 2018. So the first write-up of it was in 2017. 2017, for the drone community, that's the age of the dinosaur, right? So it's outdated. For that reason, the annexes C and D never mention once the letters UT and M or U-space. It doesn't mention U-space because no one in Europe had the idea for the term U-space yet when this was written. UTM was a fairly new invention that came up in 2014, had gained some publicity in 2015, but was a concept with no rules associated and no services that were completely being defined. What was done then is, what you can do if you do an airspace assessment to mitigate the air risk in this example from ARC-C to ARC-B, this is a typical strategic mitigation by, it's the first type of strategic mitigation is Annex C. There's a different type in Annex C, and that is funnily named, I think, if I don't get it wrongly, it's strategic mitigation by common structures and rules. That's the code word for UTM and U-Space. But back then, everything was so undefined that it wasn't sure, like, okay, is it going to be called UTM, whatever. We're going to do a place, put a placeholder in. We thought it was a great idea. Unfortunately, no one gets it, especially not today. That's why I'm mentioning this. And this is one of the main reasons why we need to rewrite the airspace part of the SORA in the next version that we're going to start work on this year, the SORA 3. Because the community has evolved. We have the new technologies. We actually have rules for U-Space and UTM systems. That's fantastic. We have AMC material, but it's not connected. It has no real good connection in the SORA yet, outside of Annex H, but it is really a necessity, and that's what will happen. I hope that clarifies the situation. We have not updated the SORA, so we have to continue with this little outdated ARIS part, Annex C and D. We can handle it in the authorities, particularly because we only use ARC-B mainly, but we will have to need some patience because it is a lot of work and it is very complicated work requiring a lot of top experts to do this. Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, thank you for the insight. Yeah, so there is some historical background that is useful. So we identified how to handle the air risk in our fictional example. So then we go to the step 7, identification of the sales, specific assurance integrity level. So here I think it's easy to understand. You identify what is your residual air risk class, what is your final air risk class, and then this will identify your sale tree. B for an air arc and final GRC4 makes a sale tree. So then the outcome of this point is just identification of the final sale. So in SORA 2.0, then we have step 8 is the also identification. I flag here SORA 2.0 not because there are changes between SORA 2.0 and SORA 2.5 on the also identification, but you will see there is a change in the order of the step. So we were considering that it's very, we consider sometimes unfair, very strange that, so you work very hardly to identify the risk of the operational volume. Then you now identified also the risk of the operational volume. You comply with all the OSOs, and you see it's quite complicated, so quite demanding, not complicated, but it's some effort, depending on the sale. And then you think that you are ready to operate, but there is a step 9 that you need to then comply with the containment. And sometimes, if you have enhanced containment, is an additional level of challenge. So this is why you will see at SORA 2.5, we decided to make step 8 the containment, and then step 9 is the identification, but the also identification. But now let's follow the current status of SORA 2.0. So step 8, identification of SORA, or also operational safety objective. So the definition of the outcome that we need to identify the robustness of all safety objectives. We will see how. And then also here, we will collect all the information and what are the safety objectives. These are a series of, we can call it also requirements, that for which the applicant needs to show compliance, that consider all the different elements of the operation. So include compliance with technical requirements, training of the remote crew, and also other personnel that are essential for the operation, including also how to assess human error, to develop operational procedures, to define which kind of adverse condition you can fly and how you can fly in this kind of adverse operating conditions. So at the end is how to write at the end all your operation manual to make that the operation is safe. So you know that we have this table with 24 OSOs, and here I flagged so that you know that there was this question on the mandatory look. So starting from sale for the OSO 1, ensure that the US operator is competent and or proven. is asking with high level of robustness, and high level of robustness then later is written that a certificate is required. This is why we need to have an LUC or AOC, so air operator certificate, or any other certificate equivalent showing that you are competent to do that kind of operation. So the list of OSOs, I think that you know, we don't need to go through all the elements. It's 2 pages, 24 different OSOs. It is clear, now there are some level of, some possible improvement. So the first, is it correct to assess OSOs in step 8 and only after address container step 9? I already discussed. So we decide no, let's swap the 2 steps. Easy. We have 24 OSOs, but then when you go to Annex E, that is listing how to comply with each of them, we see that some of them are grouped. So in reality, it's only 18 OSOs. So why need to show all these numbers also? Maybe let's simplify, let's merge also in this table in step 8, what are the real number of OSOs? So let's reduce to 18. Okay, that is easy. Then another problem. Sometimes we know that there are some requirements for sure that are under responsibility of the operator. If you develop a procedure, it's the operator. But then if your drone is safe enough and doesn't have any single point of failure, so it means that doesn't have any failure, any system that in case of fail, you will have immediately a crash. I'm an operator. I did not design the drone. How do I know? So there are, so in some cases, under the same operational safety objective, there are different criteria, and some of these criteria are belonging to the operational requirements, so under responsibility of the operator, or are requirements of compliance for the design, for which the operator needs to contact the manufacturer. Sometimes it's difficult to understand what belongs to who. So we decide to modify the table, only showing who is responsible to provide compliance with all the safety objectives. And then when you see the order, sometimes you can ask, why is that order? First, you start from the competence of the operator, then you have some technical requirements, then procedures, then again other technical requirements, then pilot training requirements. So looks like you see that there was an approach on how to order based on at a system level. But in reality, when you are using it, you are using a different approach. So we were asking how we can modify the order to make it also more usable for the operator. So as I told you, the OSO is a sort of checklist on how to develop the operator manual. So since in the SORA Annex A, we identified a structure of the operator manual, we still addressing the comments. So what was published in last year may have some changes, but the concept as it is good. Maybe we make some improvement, but not a drastic change in the concept. So we were considering, let's redesign the OSO. Since now we already make some changes, let's be a little bit bold and renumber the OSOs using the same logic that you will follow in the operation manual. So you know that the OSO 1 will be applicable for the first chapter of the operator manual, OSO 2 for the second chapter, OSO 3, and so on. So it will be the same logic. So this means that if we are going to modify the Annex A, so the operator manual, because now in the same time we are going to address the comments that we received on, I would say, us, that is Jarus, we support Jarus. So Jarus is addressing the comment on Annex A, and in parallel also addressing the comment on the SORA 2.5. If but from the comment we see that there is a need to change some chapter, we may change the order of the OSO. So at the end, the final order may be a little bit different from what we are showing now on SORA 2.5. So this is the new table on the SORA 2.5. First of all, no change in the intent. I saw some question on Slido that were asking why we change also X in a different approach. we have not changed anything. So sometimes we change some text to make it a little bit clearer, but if you go also to the Annex E that identify then in detail what we require for the different level of robustness, there is no change other than, I would say in the next slide, to have additional flexibility for the functional test-based approach. I will tell you in a few minutes. So no change in the intent in the OSOs. These OSOs are the same. Change in the order, so reflect the list, so reflect the number of OSO that we have in Annex C. And that's how we decided to remove confusion, to use Roman number for the new OSO and have the traceability with the old OSO. So I want to point to the OSO Roman 4 that now is the requirements for OSO 8, 11, 14, and 21. Because if you go to the Annex C, these three OSOs, these four OSOs, are the requirements in reality are the same. So there are no four different requirements. So why would they have a difference? You may see that in SORA 2.0, we have O optional. Here instead was replaced to NL, not required. And there is a statement specifying that doesn't make any difference. So we are not asking anything more. But in reality, how you can fly a drone also in SAIL 1 if you don't have some kind of minimum reliability, minimum verification that the drone will not crash every 2 hours. No, so we don't require you to prove anything, but we expect that you still consider this drone. So you still consider that there are some kind of maintenance activity you still expected to consider, for example, drone manufactured by competent entity. At least we consider that you have a minimum set of standards to develop the drone, to produce the drone safely. We don't require you to provide any kind of evidence. It's just to ensure that you consider also that one. For the rest, that is the same, and you can see that on the right part we have requirements for operator, manufacturer, but we also added for remote pilot. This because in the future we may consider that there will be some schools that may provide training. So, and when a school wants to provide training for operator, that they can identify which are the criteria that they should consider to develop their training. Even if then the verification is always under responsibility of the operator, both for the operator and the remote pilot. Okay, and you can see that there are different criteria. For example, also Roman 11 or also 19 in the old OSO number. Criteria 1 and 2 are the current criteria 1 and 2 that is on SORA. In reality, if you see, are for the operator. Criteria 2 is how to train an operator for human error. Criteria 3 is how to have technical requirements on the drone that will reduce the human error. So no change. It's just that we clarified who is responsible for what. And just give you an example of Annex C. Also for OSOs, so, for those that are not 100% familiar with Annex C, so this is the way all OSOs are showed. We have a level of integrity, level of assurance, the way I explained this morning, with what we expect for the integrity when it's low, when it's medium, when it's high, and then for the assurance, what we expect with low, medium, and high. So I'm not going now to show all the OSOs. There is no change except this change. So in several OSOs, so it's not in multiple, has been introduced the possibility to use operational experience to show compliance for the design-related OSOs. For drones up to SAIL 3. So using IDENS, the means of compliance published by EASA that we call functional test-based, or the equivalent in FAA durability and reliability. So it's just an additional option that is offered on the SORA 2.5. So this is especially when you want to address drones that now you have been used since years, and you don't have evidence to show that it was designed properly, So that meets the SAIL 3 requirements, but then you can show that you have been used for, I think it's 3,000 flight hours, but then this number may be negotiated based on some criteria that is written on the functional test-based MOC. And you have so good experience showing that the drone did not have any major failure. So then you can claim immediately to have to be compliant with SAIL 3. Just a small recap on sales bets requirements. So giving more or less what is the requirements for the first line is for design, second line is for the organization, third line for remote pilot. So then depending on the sale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have different requirements. Maybe I want to spend a couple of minutes on the design requirements because this is the approach valid in Europe. When an operation is in SAIL 1 or SAIL 2, so lower risk, you know that SORA will require just a declaration of compliance. In Europe, we have drone that will be approved using the CE marking process. You know that is applicable for the open category. You may remember that also for the standard scenario, we are developing 2 new classes, C5 and C6, and standard scenario are 2 operations falling in SAIL 2. So for sure, we can use this CE marking, not only C5 and C6, maybe in the future also C3 for some operation in the low risk. Because it may also happen that you do an operation that is outside the standard scenario, but then the level of risk is equivalent, and maybe you may show that using a C3 drone, a C2 drone for the open category is good enough for this your SAIL 1, SAIL 2 operation. So in general, you may use drone with C-class mark from C1 to C6 in different operation in the SAIL 1 and SAIL 2 category, of the specific category. Now, when the risk is higher, SAIL 3, there was a discussion, you may be aware in the past, what kind of verification was required by EASA, if we should ask something more than a declaration. But it was at the end a decision that drones operating in SAIL 3 may be operated only with a declaration. We don't is a design in additional verification from EASA is not required when you are operating a drone in SAIL 3. When instead the drone is in SAIL 4, if you do the verification on the SORA, you can see that we start to have some kind of operation with a level of risk that is a little bit higher, either because the ground risk, so the population density is higher, or because your operation is in ARC-C. So ARC-C directly put an operation in SAIL 4. So as was said before by York, there are some TMPR for the air risk that are a little bit more demanding. So I think we all agree that we need to have a verification. And since our normal approach that we use for manned aviation is Part 21, it's maybe a little bit over demanding. So we develop the design verification process. So design verification will be required. You can find on the EASA website all the information on how to apply for design verification report. We have a guidelines that detail also the cost to have a design verification report. When instead the risk is higher, SAIL 5 and SAIL 6, here we made a study and we saw that the level of risk of this kind of operation is equivalent to what in manned aviation we have for general aircraft, some special class that we call European light aircraft in Europe, ILA 1, ILA 2. So, and for this European light aircraft, is up to 1,000 kilo, I think, 2-seat, for example, manned aircraft. We require a Part 21 verification, so a certificate according to Part 21. So since the level of risk is, in reality, is higher than the one we have with these European light aircraft, to be consistent with the approach in manned aviation. So we asked to have a type certificate for this operation. Now, having a type certificate does not classify the operation in the certificate category. Because for the operator side, we are not asking for an air operator certificate. That is what we are going to ask in the certificate category. You can still do this operation using an LUC, light to unmanned operator certificate, or I would say equivalent. So there will be already also here a reduction in the requirements compared to what you will require to comply in the certificate category, where to be certified you need to have the three elements: certification of the drone, certification of the operator through the airworthiness certificate, and license of the pilot. Then also here, depending on the level of automation, this may be reduced in the future. Okay. Now, scusa, national? Okay, so yeah, you're talking about airworthiness. So the question was if is it possible for airworthiness to use national type certificate? One of the difference between manned aviation and drones is that there is a threshold. There are some configurations, let's say, for some manned aviation that are under responsibility of the national competent authority. So very small manned aircraft, and then there are other classified. So there is a list of manned aircraft where the national authority can verify the design and can be fully responsible. This list is identified in what is called the basic regulation. Is an act from the European Parliament that to identify the competence between, as I said before, Europe and the States. This list is only listing configuration for manned aircraft. So this means that there is no configuration for unmanned aircraft unless small tethered balloon. But this is something, okay. Let's say in general. So in general, all the competence to verify the design of a drone is under responsibility of Europe, and then EASA conduct this verification. So it's not possible to use a type certificate issued by the national competent authority. So yeah, so the competent authority cannot issue any certificate for unmanned aircraft. It was possible until 2018 when this European Parliament regulation, basic regulation, entered into force. It was possible, but with the entry into force of the regulation 2018, the state lost the state gave the responsibility to assess the design of drones to Europe, so to EASA. They still keep the possibility for some small manned aircraft and some special manned aircraft with the pilot on board, but where there is no pilot on board, the responsibility is given to Europe, unless we have a small tethered gas balloon, or small tethered aircraft, let's say. Maybe we can talk on offline. So the question is if there are some additional, some still valid certificate issued by the French authority, but at this moment, so this all certificate for airworthiness in Europe for airworthiness of drones needs to be issued by us. Okay. Okay, let's see if we have 50 minutes. Let's see if we can conclude at least the SORA. Then tomorrow we will have a session on question and answer. This is the main changes on SORA 2.5. The step, so in SORA 2.0 is step 9, adjacent airspace consideration. So just to remind, what we did so far with all this step was to assess the risk of the operational volume. So you need to fly always in the flight geography. It may happen that for some time you fly in the contingency volume, but then quickly you try to enter something may happen, you reach the limit of the contingency volume, and then you apply the emergency procedures, and the aircraft may crash in the ground risk buffer. So this is what we address between step 2 and step 8. Now, here in step 9, instead, we address the case in which we try to terminate the flight, but this did not work, and the aircraft is flying away outside of the ground risk buffer on the city on one side, or going close to an airport on the other side. So this is the purpose of step 9. So today, the way SORA 2 is formulated, it says that if the adjacent volume contain assembly of people, crowd, so the example of the shopping area during the opening time. So in this case, mind if there is assembly of people, or there is an area, or there is an airport, so an area with ArcD, or in case the operator is using M1 mitigation that, for example, is operating within the area that is fenced, and outside there is a crowd, for example, then according to SORA 2.0, you need to have it's what is called enhanced containment. So then there is the explanation with using numbers, but so there are quite important requirements to be complied. It's not only an issue of technical requirements, because enhanced containment means that you need to have a proper drone that will have the probability to fly away that is very low. And so these technical requirements is making sure that the probability will be low, but also good procedures such that it's not flying away because there are mistakes, or because the operator the pilot did not act properly and on time. So it's a mix between procedures and design. So procedures, they can be declared. Design, we can have a declaration using the EASA MOC 2511 that was published last year, or having a design verification report. In all other cases, SORA 2.0 require basic containment. So there is a less stringent requirement. And then or the operator can declare that the drone has sufficient technical feature, and also you have adequate procedures. Just an example, we know that several drones have the possibility to terminate the flight by moving the sticks to the center. This is an effective way to terminate the flight, but is meeting what we call basic containment, because the difference with the MOC 2511, the one published by EASA on the enhanced containment, is that the system should be independent, because in case you lose the link, is a long link connection, there is no way that you can terminate the flight, because also if you move the stick, this signal will not reach the drone. So enhanced containment will require that there is a separate channel where the flight termination system will work. So just to be clear on this kind of requirement. So what are the lessons learned? Identification of the adjacent volume is not defined. Okay, we already saw that in the step 2 and step 4 of SORA 2.5, indication on how to identify the sites of the adjacent area and the adjacent volume now is clarified. The triggering of the basic enhanced containment sometimes is not clear, so actually it was rewritten, and we will see in which way it's written. And actually, we are asking enhanced containment is applicable to several operations. I don't know, maybe there will be some operation when this may not be essential. So different level of containment were identified. So what are the changes in SORA 2.5? First of all, already anticipated new structure. On the left, you can see 2.0, on the right, 2.5, where step 8 and step 9 were swapped. And also you can see that step 1 is not called anymore CONOPS, it's called operational description. Okay. But so the important part, so you will do the containment soon after the identification of sale, and then you show compliance with the operational safety objective. Then what are the level of containment? Now we moved from 2 level of containment to 5 level of containment. Is this a level, an additional level of complexity? Let's see. Let's discuss. So what are these 5 level of containment? None. There may be some cases where you don't need any kind of containment actually. Yep. So this is already when I was talking about simplification. So we found that there are some cases where maybe you don't need containment. Then low. Low is the same of what we call basic containment in SORA 2.0. No difference in requirements. Then medium. Now, in reality, when we publish the means of compliance 2511, our means of compliance is not meeting always the requirements for enhanced containment. So there are some limitations when you can apply the means of compliance 2511. Because we developed this means of compliance after we were very much involved in the discussion on SORA 2.5, and we saw that in some cases you may have a simpler way to comply instead of the SORA enhanced containment. That is, and we wrote in the means of compliance 2511. So now the medium level of requirements will be exactly our means of compliance 2511. When I said the high level of containment is the same target level of safety of enhanced containment on SORA 2.0, but with the caveat that, I repeat, our means of compliance 2511, in not all cases is complying with enhanced containment, but there are some limitations that makes it safe. And we think that for what we are going to use today in Europe, or not only Europe, also in other parts, the means of compliance 2511 is good enough. So we introduced this level low, medium, then high. Then there are some corner cases that really will be very difficult to identify, to happen, where we need to have some extra containment. So in that case, since they would be very rare, so we decide to add the consult. So we need to ask to the competent authority. Now, there are 5. But you will see that in Europe, the no containment will be applicable only for sale 5 and 6. When you have drone that is already, where you already show that there is a good reliability and there is a type certificate, so it's able to fly in an area where the level of risk is quite high, so it's already good. So you don't need to have additional containment. So this is already one of the simplification in the enhanced containment. Then the last 2 levels will be applicable for exceptional. You will see also the high level of containment is very rare. Maybe we can even simplify. Let's see a little bit more in detail. Let's start for the air risk. So when you are requiring containment, first of all, the enhanced containment is not driven by the air risk. This is already a big change compared to SORA 2.0, where you saw that when you have an area with close to an airport, you need to have enhanced containment. However, I think that in the last days, we were discussing internally a very special case. We have a case of we have developed the predictive risk assessment on how to conduct inspection on an airport with multiple runways when only the runway under inspection is closed, the other one is active. And we did some calculation, and maybe this is a corner case where we need to have enhanced containment because of the air risk. So we are, EASA now is adding this comment on the consultation because we want to discuss also with Jarus. So there may be some corner case, but we can imagine. So I have 2 runway. After 200 meters, I have aircraft that are landing every minute. Yeah, level of risk is quite high. So maybe for that, I need to have some additional precaution on the containment. But in general, there may be area cases where, so in general, only low risk, only low containment will be required. There are also some cases where no containment is required. When the adjacent airspace is Arc A or Arc B, and we are in cell 1, 3, 4, 5. or in all cases when they sail 5 and 6. In Europe, when you are flying above 120 meters, it's always Arcsy. Now, maybe there will be some area in very Nordic country. If you're flying close to the North Pole, yeah, that would be a different condition. But if you're flying in normal Europe, sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. If you're flying in this, Santa Claus is not normal. If you are flying in the continental Europe or in the Central Europe, then it's always Arcsy. So this is not applicable in that case. So this is why maybe in cell 5 and 6, you may have no containment, but in cell 1, 2, and 3, or 4, no containment will not be applicable. Then the ground risk. Also, so the ground risk, there was a big change in the approach. You may remember that the trigger in SORA 2.0 was whenever you have an assembly of people, is immediately enhanced containment. But in reality, the drone, when fly away, which direction will fly away? Whatever, depends, can go all directions. Maybe you have an assembly people only in one area. So it's correct if we drive a big requirements only if you have a small area with the number of people there that is quite high. So we decided that was better to consider the average population density of the adjacent area, even if there are some additional consideration when you have some crowds that are very close. So if it is an area that is very much populated, that is very close, then this is a corner case and there are some additional consideration. But in general, in the operational volume, you consider the highest population density value that you are operating, because then you are going to fly there for sure, because this is where you want to fly. But for the adjacent area, you are considering the average population density. And you can imagine this will reduce a lot the requirement. And this is why, if you remember before, we have a limit in the adjacent area, not more than 35 kilometers. Because you can see in the explanatory note of SORA, there is a study showing that if you increase the adjacent area, more you increase, most probably more area without population will be there. So sooner or later you start to have ocean, no? And then you water down the risk. So we want to be also to add some level of conservatism. So this is the first element, average population density. And then we identify if you apply some mitigation measure in the operational area, some of these may be applicable also in the adjacent area and some not. So we listed in the SORA 2.5 which are these using. For example, if you applied M1 and for sheltering, then if people are covered also in the adjacent area, sheltering then is applicable also in the adjacent area. If you are applying mitigation M2 based on frangibility, so if the aircraft is safe when crash over the people in the operational area, is also safe in the adjacent area. If you are applying a M2 parachute, now, why you are in the adjacent area? Because you had a failure. So you try to terminate the system, this does not work, so there is something not right on the aircraft. Are we sure that then the parachute will deploy? Who will trigger the parachute? So the M2 mitigation parachute will not be applicable for the adjacent area. So this is the thought behind why some mitigation are applicable in the adjacent area and some not. So what do you need to do? You need to identify what is your sail. So your sail, remember, already contained the information regarding the ground risk class, and our risk class is already in the sail. And then you identify what is the final ground risk class of the adjacent area. So considering the average population density, the mitigation that you can reuse in the adjacent area, and then you use this table. Yeah, this table, it's very colored, but I don't know, it's easy to understand. So this is, as was said by York, is a table that we need to consider all possible cases all over the world. But what will be the real situation in Europe? let's see. We said that in reality, for lower sale, there will be no low content, the possibility to have none. There is a big mistake, a small mistake, because it's up to sale 4. So I will need to improve this slide. So in reality, there will be up to sale 4. We said that because of the air risk, there will be always the request to have a low level of containment between cell 1, 2, 3, and 4. There may be some cases in cell 5 and 6 where we can have no containment. Okay, so already is a simplification. Then, in reality, the other elements are the corner case, because what is the probability that you are flying in cell 1 means that with a lower ground risk class, but then the average population density around you is GRC7. It may happen, yeah. So, but will be cases that will be very low, very less frequent. So at the end, in the majority of the operation in Europe, you can either have low level of robustness, medium, and sorry, here will be no level of no containment for cell 5 and cell 6. So even if it looks like complicated at beginning, but in the way we are going to adapt in Europe, the level of complexity should be reduced. Perfect on time. Okay, so last step. Now you conducted all the SORA. You updated all your information in the operator manual. We call it here exposition. We've had some discussion in the past between manual and exposition, but should be manual. So you have now the final operator manual. You have also the risk assessment that is summarizing how you conducted all the SORA. You provide to the competent authority, and this is your comprehensive safety portfolio. And then now you are not anymore an applicant. You are now an operator, and you can start the operation. So I think that we are perfectly on time with our schedule. 3 minutes late. So tomorrow we will start with a question and answer, okay, on all the SORA before we continue with the plan of as scheduled in the agenda. Okay, so and also we will use the Slido question that so far has been used. So thank you for the attention. I hope it was useful. So see you tomorrow morning, 9 in the same location here. And also for those online, if you can use YouTube instead of WebEx, so will be better for your audio. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.